Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. After what I have come to call the Lennox haunting, a nightmare that lasted for 38 days in a house filled with terror, we finally left, believing that by moving away, we could escape the nightmare. We were wrong. Sometimes, the horrors don't leave. They don't vanish like a bad dream once you wake up. Sometimes, they just lie in wait, patient and watching, waiting for the perfect moment when you are vulnerable. Then, when you least expect it, they strike again, reminding you that you are only human, and whatever they are not. That's exactly what happened to me. It was an ordinary day. I had gone upstairs to retrieve something from my bedroom when I heard a noise from the bathroom. A rustling sound, movement. It wasn't possible. I was home alone. The bathroom door had been left open, the light switched off, and yet now, the door was closed. A sliver of light peeked from underneath it. I froze. A cold, uneasy sensation crept up my spine. I took a hesitant step forward, stopping just in front of the door. My hand reached out, hovering over the doorknob. My pulse was so loud in my ears that it drowned out every other sound. I stood there, fingers trembling slightly, debating whether I had the courage to open it. The air around me felt thick, charged, as if the very walls were holding their breath. Then, something inside me changed. I withdrew my hand and took a cautious step back, moving towards the hallway closet. My ex-husband had left an old set of golf clubs there for our son, Dominic. I moved slowly, opening the closet as quietly as I could, my eyes never leaving the bathroom door, half expecting it to swing open at any second. My fingers wrapped around the first club I touched. The cold metal was reassuring in my grip. It gave me a sense of control, however false that sense might have been. Taking a deep breath, I turned back toward the bathroom door. I stood beside it, listening. Nothing. No sound. No movement. Just silence. A new emotion stirred inside me, anger. I had lived with fear long enough. I was done with it. With a deep breath, I turned the handle and shoved the door open with all my strength. It swung so forcefully that the knob slammed into the wall, leaving an imprint. The sudden rush of air sent the shower curtain billowing outward, its movement so abrupt that I flinched. "Who's in here?" I demanded, my voice sharp, the golf club raised, ready to strike. The sound of my own voice echoed in the small space. Then I heard it, a sound so faint yet so unnatural. A long, drawn-out exhale, as if someone were letting out a deep breath. I held my own, listening, straining to hear anything else. And then, the curtain moved again. I knew there was no window in the bathroom. No draft. My grip tightened around the club as I stepped forward. The curtain was almost fully drawn shut. Slowly, I reached out, fingers brushing against the fabric. Then, with one swift motion, I yanked it open. Nothing. The tub was empty. I exhaled, feeling a sudden wave of relief. My heart still pounded, but at least I could see that there was nothing, no one, there. Stepping toward the vanity, I looked up at the mirror. What I saw made me pause. My reflection stared back, eyes wide, while the golf club still raised in my hand. I barely recognized myself. I shook my head at my own paranoia, muttering, "What is your deal today, Jolene?" And then I heard it. A voice. Not in the mirror. Not in my head. Right beside my ear. A raspy whisper, so close I could feel the breath against my skin. "Are you scared?" My entire body went rigid. The voice was cruel, taunting. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once. My knees buckled, and I grabbed the edge of the vanity to steady myself. A cold sensation swept across my cheek, like someone was breathing on me. The presence was real, and it was right there. My fingers instinctively released the golf club, and it clattered to the floor with a loud, metallic ring. I dropped down immediately, snatching it back up, my hands now shaking violently. I straightened up and looked into the mirror again. I was alone. But just for a second, a mere fraction of a second, I saw something. Another face. Not my own. Twisted. Distorted. Like a reflection in a warped carnival mirror. And then, it was gone. I blinked rapidly, staring at my own reflection. Had it been real? Had I imagined it? I lifted a shaky hand to my cheek, the very spot where I had felt the breath. It was cold. Ice cold. I had to get out. I turned, bolting for the door, yanking it shut behind me. I didn't stop. I sprinted toward the stairs, my heart beat a frantic drum inside my chest. I had no destination in mind. All I knew was that I needed distance. I needed to be far away from that bathroom. The fear I had thought I had left behind in that cursed house had found me again. And this time, it wasn't letting go. At the time of this incident, I was in my early teens. I am originally from a town called Pudukkottai, a district headquarters in Tamil Nadu, India. Pudukkottai is about 90 kilometers from Trichy, Thirukchirappalli. Though I am now settled in Bangalore, I used to visit my maternal grandparents in Pudukkottai every summer and winter vacation. Those visits were always something I looked forward to: warm family time, childhood nostalgia, and the comforting embrace of my native place. But one particular journey changed the way I saw the world forever. Now, a little about myself. I am 24 years old and a medical student. I never really believed in the paranormal. I am skeptical by nature, raised in an Orthodox Christian family, and a firm believer in my faith. To me, superstitions were nothing but exaggerations, stories meant to keep people in fear. But one thing I always thought to be true was that if the power of good exists in the world, then surely the power of evil must exist as well. And on that night, I came face to face with something that made me question everything. To get to Pudukkottai, we usually traveled by train from Bangalore to Trichy. It was an overnight journey, and from there, we would take a bus or hire a taxi to reach my grandparents' home. On this particular occasion, I had already arrived in Pudukkottai, but my younger sister was due to arrive by train, so my grandparents and I hired a taxi to pick her up. The driver was someone we knew well, an elderly man in his mid to late 60s, calm, friendly, and highly experienced, having driven taxis for over 30 years. He was trusted by our family, a reliable presence in our lives. We left for Trichy in the early hours of the morning, around 2 a.m., though I can't be sure of the exact time. The road to Trichy was mostly barren land with small villages scattered along the highway. Dense trees lined both sides, and the road stretched on endlessly, disappearing into the darkness. The journey there was uneventful. I even dozed off midway, waking only when we reached the train station. We picked up my sister and began our journey back home. My grandparents and sister quickly fell asleep in the back seat, exhausted from the trip, while I stayed awake, sitting in the front with the driver. The night air was cool, and I enjoyed the peaceful silence, making small talk with him. The road was not well lit, with only the car's headlights and the soft glow of the moon illuminating our path. Occasionally, a truck or another vehicle would pass us, their headlights flashing briefly before fading into the distance. There was a particular stretch of the highway that always unsettled me. The trees on either side grew thick, their branches arching over the road like a canopy, blocking out the moonlight completely. It was always pitch dark in that area, and though I would never admit it, I hated passing through it at night. Something about it felt wrong. It was around 4 a.m. when it happened. As we drove along that eerie stretch, I noticed the driver suddenly stiffen. His face changed slightly, his usually calm expression replaced with something else, something like unease. I followed his gaze and saw it. A faint figure stood by the roadside, barely visible in the dim light. As we got closer, I could make out more details. It was a woman, She wore a plain white sari, her long hair flowing down her back. Her arm was outstretched, signaling for a ride, but she remained facing away from us. A strange sadness filled me at that moment. She was alone on this desolate road in the dead of night. Maybe she was in trouble, maybe she needed help. I turned to the driver and suggested we stop for her. His response was immediate. "No," he muttered under his breath. His voice was tense, unlike his usual calm tone. He mumbled something about not having space in the car and how we shouldn't stop. Before I could argue further, something happened that made my heart pound. The woman moved. Not towards us, not turning around to face us, but straight onto the road. She walked calmly, deliberately, positioning herself directly in our path. Her back was still facing us. Panic surged through me. We were moving fast, too fast. If we didn't stop, we would hit her. I grabbed the driver's sleeve, urging him to slow down, to stop before we ran her over. But instead of slowing down, he did the unthinkable. He pressed his foot down on the accelerator. I gasped, my hands gripping the dashboard in shock. The car sped up, heading straight for the woman. My voice rose in panic. I was yelling, pleading for him to stop. Any second now, we would hit her. And then, we passed right through her. No impact. No sound. No resistance. One moment she was in front of us, and the next, we had driven through empty air. I whipped around, looking out the rear window. She was still there, standing in the exact same spot, her back still facing us, her arms still outstretched. The blood drained from my face. My hands trembled as I turned back toward the driver, demanding an explanation. How was this possible? How had we not hit her? But the driver did not look at me. He did not answer my questions. His eyes remained fixed on the road, his expression pale. He was chanting something under his breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he continued to drive at full speed. I eventually fell silent. There was no point in arguing anymore. My mind was a whirlwind of fear, confusion, and disbelief. I had no explanation for what had just happened. An hour later, as the sun began to rise, we pulled into a small village. The driver stopped at a roadside tea shop and got out for a break. I stepped out as well, desperate to clear my mind. He came over to me, placed a hand on my shoulder, and smiled, a smile that held no warmth. "Don't tell anyone about what happened," he said. I agreed, but only if he told me the truth. He sighed. "Son, you don't want to hear this," I insisted. He looked at me for a moment before speaking. "Never stop for anyone on a highway at this hour. What you saw back there was not human. It is an evil thing. No living person would stand in the middle of the road like that, and you saw with your own eyes how we passed through her. I have been driving for over 30 years, and I have heard of too many men, especially truck drivers, who stop for these things, only to be found dead days later, miles away from where they stopped. These entities prey on travelers, luring them into their traps." I felt a chill creep up my spine. "You are young," he continued, "and I am sorry for not listening to you back there. But that was the only way to keep us safe." I didn't argue. I simply nodded, sipping my tea in silence. 20 minutes later, we reached home. My grandparents and sister woke up, oblivious to the terror we had just encountered. They laughed and talked as if nothing had happened. I never told them. Only the driver and I know the truth. Years later, I learned that in Tamil Nadu, there is a name for what I saw. They call it Mohini Pisasu. Pisasa means devil. These entities are infamous for luring men to their deaths. Back in 1992, when I was just a 14-year-old girl, I lived with my mother in a small suburban bungalow in Germany. I was the only child of a single parent, and I was never like other teenagers. I was always quiet, serious, and withdrawn. I never cared for the usual teenage interests, and instead found myself drawn to religion and spirituality. Even now, I have remained the same. A few months before this incident, A series of events led me to accept Islam as my faith. It was the best decision I had ever made. I had already memorized some short prayers and a few chapters of the Holy Quran, but I wasn't as devoted in practicing as I should have been. I was still learning, still finding my way, unaware that soon, my faith would be tested in a way I never expected. The house we lived in had always felt strange to me. It was built in the late 50s, quickly and without much thought, like an emergency structure. It always had an eerie atmosphere. There were odd noises that could sometimes be explained, but there were also moments when I couldn't find a reason for what I heard. Sometimes the air would feel thick, like something unseen was there, watching. There were times when I would get sudden chills for no reason at all. My room was in the basement. It had no door, only a heavy curtain hanging over the entrance for privacy. The windows weren't like regular ones. They only opened into light shafts, and they were rarely ever opened. It was a small, warm space, cozy with the heater nearby, and it felt like my own little world. That night, I lay in bed with my favorite cat curled up at my feet, feeling comfortable and safe. After a bit of reading, I turned off the light and drifted into sleep. I woke up to a sudden chill. The air in my room had changed, as if a freezing gust had blown through, yet the windows were shut tight. I pulled my blanket closer, trying to shake off the cold, but something felt wrong. My cat, who had been sleeping peacefully beside me, suddenly bolted from the bed and ran out of the room. The way she moved, it wasn't normal. It was as if something had terrified her. I lay still, frozen in place. My heart pounded in my chest. A deep, instinctive fear gripped me, and I couldn't understand why. The room was silent, but I felt it. Something was there. I didn't want to look, but I could feel its presence beside my bed. It was tall, towering over me, and even without turning my head, I knew it wasn't human. The air around it was heavy, suffocating. I could sense its shape, dark, looming. And its eyes, though I didn't dare to meet them, I knew they were there. Red, piercing, full of something sinister. It wasn't just standing there. It was looking at me. Something inside me screamed to move, to run, but my body refused to obey. I had never felt fear like this before. It was as though the very air had become thick, pressing down on me, holding me in place. I tried to think, tried to make sense of what was happening, but the only thing I knew for certain was that this presence was filled with nothing but pure evil. Then it spoke. Not in words, not in any sound I could hear with my ears, but in a way that I understood clearly. It was here for me. It had come to take me. Terror gripped me, but I forced myself to remember my faith. My mind scrambled for something, anything, that could protect me. My lips trembled as I began to recite the prayers I had memorized, clinging to the words, desperate for them to shield me. But then, the most horrifying thing happened. It repeated the prayers after me. The exact words I spoke, it threw them back at me, but its voice, if I could call it that, was filled with mockery. Twisted, warped, taunting. Then it laughed. A deep, slow, wicked laugh that sent shivers through every inch of my body. I was losing hope. No matter how much I prayed, it mocked me, making me feel powerless. My heart pounded painfully in my chest, and I could feel myself slipping deeper into fear. But in my desperation, something inside me made me utter a phrase I hadn't thought of before. I whispered, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. The moment the words left my lips, everything changed. The presence disappeared. The air returned to normal. The suffocating weight lifted, and the coldness was gone. The room felt like it always had before, like nothing had ever happened. I gasped, my breath shaky as I sat up in bed. My hands trembled, my body still overwhelmed by the fear that had gripped me moments before. But it was gone. I knew it was gone. I quickly turned on the light, my mind racing. The fear had passed, but my heart still pounded in my chest. I realized what I had to do. I had missed my night prayer. I would not make that mistake again. Forcing myself to move, I got out of bed and made my way toward the washroom to perform ablution. But as I reached the doorway of my room, I hesitated. I could still feel it. Not inside the room anymore. Not towering over me. But just outside, lurking. It was no longer powerful. No longer terrifying. It was small. Weak. Defeated. Something in me changed in that moment. I realized that it had tried to break me, but it had failed. My faith had pushed it back. For a brief moment, a childish sense of triumph washed over me. I stuck my tongue out at where I thought it was, then turned away, ready to pray. That night I slept in peace. It must have been around 1950 or 1951 when Norm got his first car, a gray Vanguard. He was thrilled to finally have his own set of wheels and was eager to take it on a road trip. It was a brand new adventure, and he wanted to test the car on a long journey. Norm and a friend, whose name escapes me now, but let's call him Dirk, decided to travel from Kimberley to Cape Town to visit Norm's grandmother's sister, Layla. It was a long way to go, but it would be a good chance to see how the car handled such a trip. Fortunately, Dirk had family living somewhere deep in the Great Karoo, a vast, arid land with miles and miles of dry scrub and the occasional acacia tree. They planned to stop there for the night, ensuring they had a place to rest rather than sleeping in the car or looking for a hotel, which was not an easy option in those days. Dirk assured Norm that everything had been arranged in advance through a letter since very few homes had telephones back then. They planned their journey eagerly, making sure to pack a picnic basket and a flask of coffee before setting off early in the morning. The trip into the heart of the Karoo was peaceful, though not entirely uneventful. Along the way, they passed herds of springbok and sheep grazing in the open veldt, sometimes spotting donkey carts piled high with firewood, their drivers waving as they passed. Every so often, they would see a caracal or a black-backed jackal darting across the road, vanishing into the dry wilderness beyond. By late afternoon, they arrived at the farmhouse. Dirk's family welcomed them warmly, and as soon as they stepped inside, the rich, comforting aroma of lamb stew simmering on the stove filled the air. It was the kind of meal that made a long journey feel worth it. They all gathered in the large kitchen, sitting around the wooden table, sharing food and exchanging news. The conversation stretched late into the night, with the glow of oil lamps casting flickering shadows on the walls. There was no electricity this far out in the Karoo, only the warmth of good company and the steady crackle of the fire. When it was finally time to sleep, the head of the house apologized to Norm for not having a guest room available. Instead, he offered Norm a bed on the enclosed stoop, the veranda. Norm, feeling grateful just to have a place to sleep, assured him that he didn't mind at all. The bed was comfortable, and though the unfamiliar night sounds of the Karoo felt strange, Norm was tired from the long drive and soon drifted off to sleep. But in the middle of the night, he woke up, shivering. The temperature had dropped sharply, as it always did under the vast, cloudless sky. He reached down and found that his blanket and sheet had fallen onto the floor. Assuming he had simply tossed them off in his sleep, he pulled them back up and went back to sleep. Not long after, he woke up again, freezing. The bedclothes had fallen to the floor once more. This time, he grew suspicious. He wondered if Dirk was playing a trick on him. Carefully, he peeked through the doorway into the sitting room, expecting to catch someone sneaking away. But the house was silent. There was no one there. Determined not to be fooled again, he remade the bed, tucking the sheets and blanket in tightly. He slid in carefully, making sure not to pull them loose, and settled back to sleep. Yet again, sometime later, the cold woke him. The covers were on the floor once more. Now he was convinced someone was pranking him. Perhaps Dirk, or one of the family members, was sneaking in and pulling the blanket away as a joke. This time, he decided he would not let them win. He wrapped himself up tightly, rolling himself like a mummy, tucking the edges of the blanket under his body. This way, no one could possibly pull them away without waking him up. He finally slept soundly until morning. At breakfast, he sat at the table, enjoying a generous meal of mutton chops, fried eggs, freshly baked bread with farm butter, and fruit preserves. As they ate, the family asked him how he had slept. Norm smirked to himself. This was it. the moment they would reveal their prank. He decided not to give them the satisfaction. Smiling casually, he replied that he had slept perfectly well. At that, the family members exchanged glances. They looked genuinely surprised. Norm's smirk faded slightly. The air in the room shifted. Then they told him the truth. Many years ago, the family's grandfather had always slept on the stoop. But one terrible night, a farm laborer had crept up and murdered him in his bed. Ever since then, no one had been able to get a peaceful night's sleep in that spot. No guest had ever lasted a full night there. Norm listened in stunned silence. He had thought it was a prank, some trick by the family. But now, he realized, something else had been pulling his blankets away that night. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It was a beautiful, warm day in Florida, the kind of day where the sun kissed your skin just enough, and the breeze carried the scent of fresh grass and water. My husband, who was my boyfriend at the time, and I decided to take a slow walk around the lake behind his house. It was the perfect way to steal a little time alone, away from everything and everyone. We walked past the houses, making our way into the trees that lined the lake. The water shimmered under the sunlight, and birds sang in the distance, their calls blending with the soft rustling of leaves. Everything felt peaceful, like we had stepped into a little pocket of nature untouched by the outside world. But then, something changed. The birds stopped singing. The air around us grew still. A strange sensation crept over me, starting from the tips of my toes and rising up through my spine. I felt like I was being watched. Slowly, I turned to look at my boyfriend, and I could tell by his expression that he felt it too. We turned around carefully, our eyes scanning the trees. About 50 feet away, half hidden in vines and thick brush, stood an old tree. It forked into two large branches low to the ground, creating a natural V shape. And inside that space, staring directly at us, was a figure. It was massive. At first, it appeared to be a very large man, his skin dark as night. But something was terribly wrong. He had no face. No eyes, no features. Just darkness where a face should have been. Even stranger, he had no shirt on, yet there was no clear detail to his body. It was as if he was made of shadow, standing impossibly still within the thick vines and bushes. I couldn't imagine how anyone could have even gotten back there. The vegetation was too dense. We stared, frozen in place. Time seemed to stretch, the silence pressing down on us. It felt like forever before I finally spoke. My voice came out shaky, barely above a whisper. Should we go see what it is? The moment I said the words, my boyfriend snapped out of whatever trance we had both fallen into. He grabbed my arm, his grip firm, and without another word, turned us around and started walking, fast. Darling, he said, his voice low and serious. No way. I didn't argue. Later, I learned that he saw things like this from time to time. It wasn't something he liked to talk about, not then and not for a long time after. That moment by the lake was only the beginning. A few days later, we decided to watch the Blair Witch Project. We hadn't seen it before and figured it would be fun to get into the spooky atmosphere. Back then, I loved to write poetry, and I kept a notebook full of my work on the dresser. It had been sitting in the same spot for months, undisturbed. We were completely engrossed in the movie, caught in a particularly tense moment, when suddenly, my poetry book flew off the dresser and hit the wall. We both jumped, staring at the book now lying on the floor. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then, cautiously, we got up to inspect it. Maybe it had been sitting too close to the edge. Maybe a draft had knocked it over. Something, anything logical. But when we looked at the dresser, we saw something that made the hair on the back of our necks stand up. A perfect square in the dust where the book had been. It had been laying flat, untouched, nowhere near the edge. That book hadn't just fallen. Something had thrown it. Time passed, and life moved forward. We eventually moved in with his mother when we found out our first child was on the way. The house was different, busier, but the strange occurrences never completely stopped. After our daughter was born, I spent a lot of time in the nursery, changing diapers, rocking her to sleep, humming lullabies in the quiet hours of the night. It should have been peaceful. But every so often, I would see something, a shadow moving in the hallway, crossing right in front of the doorway. At first, I thought it was my imagination. But it kept happening. A small, quick shadow, like a cat darting past. But there was no cat. My mother-in-law had severe allergies and would never allow one in the house. The sightings didn't stop. Sometimes, as I stepped out of the nursery, I would trip over it, feeling something solid underfoot, only to look down and see nothing there. One night, after nearly stumbling yet again, my frustration got the better of me. "Can you please stay out of the way?" I snapped. From down the hall, my mother-in-law's voice floated back. "Did you trip over the cat?" I froze. Slowly, I stepped out into the hallway, my mind trying to make sense of what I had just heard. She was standing in the kitchen, completely unbothered. "I see it all the time," she added casually, as if this was nothing unusual. I didn't know what to say. Whatever was happening to us, whatever had been watching us, throwing books, lingering in doorways, it wasn't just in our heads. And it wasn't going away. The year was 1986, the peak of summer, and I was 15 at the time. A group of us, including my best friend, decided to go camping near the river, on the grounds of an old castle. There were actually 2 castles in the area, but the older one was built around 1598, or so I had heard. The history of the place fascinated me, though I never thought much about the rumors that surrounded it. That night, we pitched our tent under what was known as the Hanging Tree. Whether people had actually been executed there or if it was just a name passed down through generations, I never really knew. It was just part of the place, like the stones and the river that had been there long before us. It was a warm, clear night, sometime between midnight and 1 o'clock. There were 4 of us boys sitting around, talking and messing about, enjoying the quiet of the night. The moonlight stretched across the castle ruins, and the river ran smoothly beside us. It was the kind of night that felt timeless, like nothing out of the ordinary could ever happen. And then, something did. A short distance away, a figure appeared. Someone with a white sheet draped over their head, standing just far enough that we couldn't make out any details. Our reaction was immediate. We laughed. It was so obviously a pathetic attempt at scaring us. A sad little ghost in a bed sheet? We weren't that easy to frighten. Turned out we were right. The ghost was a friend of one of the boys in our group, just messing around. And he wasn't alone. 2 of his friends had also joined him, all of them laughing as they walked toward us and sat down. We teased them for the weak attempt at scaring us, but in the end, it was all in good fun. We continued talking, joking around, and enjoying the night. Then, something else happened. Something none of us could explain. In the exact same spot where the first ghost had appeared, another figure stood. A white shape, just like before. At first, we reacted the same way, laughing, jeering, calling out, "Who is it this time?" We figured someone else had come to join the joke. But a strange feeling settled over me. Something wasn't right. We all went silent, watching. The figure didn't move. It just stood there. Then, without warning, it changed. It grew taller, stretching upward then outward, expanding into something huge and unnatural. It no longer looked like a person under a sheet. Instead, it became a glowing white mass, like a dense mist or a thick cloud, but somehow solid. And it was moving. It was coming toward us. Panic set in. I could feel it in the air. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't a joke. It wasn't someone playing around. This was something else. The problem was, we were surrounded. Thick overgrowth of bushes, trees, and weeds blocked our way. The only way out was toward the path, which meant moving closer to whatever was standing there. I didn't want to go near it, but we had no choice. Without a word, we made a split-second decision. Moving in a single line, we rushed forward, trying not to look at the glowing figure as we moved past it. I grabbed onto the back of the person in front of me and kept my head down, focusing only on getting to the path. The second my feet hit the solid ground of the trail, I turned. We ran. We ran like our lives depended on it. No Olympian could have matched our speed that night. Pure fear pushed us forward, breathless, legs burning, hearts pounding. The old castle ruins, the hanging tree, the river, everything became a blur as we sprinted toward town, desperate to put distance between us and whatever was back there. Someone behind me yelled, "We have to go back or it will haunt us for the rest of our lives." I would have laughed if I wasn't so terrified. The last thing I wanted to do was turn back. Needless to say, we didn't return. Not that night anyway. But a few days later, when our fear had faded just enough to let curiosity take over, we decided to go back. This time, we gathered a bigger group, as if numbers alone could protect us. We stood under the hanging tree, waiting. Nothing happened. The castle ruins were just ruins. The tree was just a tree. The river still ran the same way it always had. There was no glowing figure, no mist, no sign that anything had ever been there at all. Maybe there was a logical explanation. Maybe it was a trick of the moonlight, or mist rising from the river, or even a shared illusion brought on by the late hour and our own expectations. But I don't think so. I've never seen anything like it before or since. And even though a part of me wants to see something like that again, I know that if I ever do, I'll probably just run. The past few days had been exhausting, filled with emotions, responsibilities, and an overwhelming sense of presence that was both comforting and unsettling at times. After Mom's surgery last week, Gran had been more active than ever. Instead of lingering in the passage like she usually did, she remained close to Mom, watching over her constantly. It was as if she refused to leave her side, offering the kind of care that only a mother could, even in a form beyond the physical. On Friday afternoon, Tim asked me if Mom was sitting in the lounge. Without thinking much about it, I picked up my phone, switched to the camera, and took a quick picture of her to show him. Gran had always hated cameras. Apparently, she never liked them when she was alive, just like Charlie. She never wanted her picture taken, so I assumed she would sense my intention and move out of the way before I snapped the shot. But this time, something was different. Tim sent me a message almost immediately, saying Gran was not happy. She hadn't been able to move out of the way fast enough, and I had caught her on film. At first, I didn't understand what he meant. I looked at the picture and saw nothing unusual. Then Tim told me to look at Mom's shadow. Since when do shadows have eyes? A chill ran through me as I studied the image again. And then I saw it. A face, staring straight back at me. I showed the picture to Mom, and without hesitation, she pointed at the shadow exactly where I had seen the face. She had spotted it instantly. The weekend was a whirlwind. Since Mom couldn't move around much, I had to handle all the errands, preparing for our Christmas leave. Saturday was spent running up and down with the boys, and of course, Charlie was with us the whole time. Sunday was meant to be a relaxing evening. My sister and her husband had invited us over for a lovely supper. After we finished the main meal, Mom was completely drained. My sister helped her to the bedroom so she could rest. When it was time to wake her, I went in to check on her. The moment I stepped into the room, I felt it, calm. The air was thick with warmth, with something unseen but undeniably present. Gran was there, soothing her daughter in a way only she could. We finished dessert and left around 5:30 p.m. When I got home, I asked him if Charlie and Gran had enjoyed the visit. He confirmed they had. Charlie, however, had been unimpressed. He had spent time with the men, but they had gathered near the bar, and Charlie hated alcohol. Later that evening, Aunt S arrived around 7 p.m. to discuss plans for our upcoming trip to Mozambique. She had brought her grandsons, one 7, the other 5, and as usual, they were completely out of control. Every time they came over, they caused chaos. They had a habit of dumping out all of the twins' toy boxes, scattering everything across the floor, and refusing to clean up. The first thing I did was walk straight to Kiddo's room and shut the door. I wasn't going to let them destroy it. Just as they arrived, Tim sent me a message. "I'm getting an angry little face from Kiddo. Who is upsetting you too?" I explained that Aunt S's grandsons were there, and Kiddo did not want them in his space. I didn't either. "If they try to come into my room, I'll make sure they know how much I dislike the idea," Tim relayed from Kiddo. I immediately reassured him that they wouldn't be coming anywhere near his room. Not even the twins. "The twins are always welcome," Tim replied. "They're like my brothers. I love having them in my room." I smiled. "I know," I told him. "They feel it too. And for the record, I consider you one of my boys. I don't have 2 sons, I have 3. For a moment, there was silence. Then Tim wrote back. "He's blushing. He's flustered. He still doesn't know how to handle getting mommy attention." Monday evening, I returned home from work to find Mom waiting at the door. She was pale, her face etched with pain. It didn't take a doctor to see she was struggling. After making sure the boys were bathed and fed, I spent time with her in the lounge. As we sat together, I started to hear something, static electricity, right next to my ear. It sounded just like that crackling noise you hear when you rub your feet on a carpet and touch something metal. At first, I ignored it. Then it happened again. And again. I looked around, trying to find the source, but there was nothing. The atmosphere in the house had changed. It wasn't dark, like when the entity had been there, but it was heavy with worry. I messaged him immediately. "Is Charlie okay?" He responded quickly. "Charlie is anxious. Give me a second to check in with him." Moments later, Tim explained. "Charlie is worried about someone in the house. Gran is too. Kiddo is perfectly happy, though. But your mom, she's in a lot of pain, isn't she?" I swallowed. "Yes. That's why Charlie is worked up." Then I asked him about the static electricity. What could have caused it? "The question isn't what, it's who," he answered. "Charlie was pulling energy from the speaker above your head." As soon as I read those words, I felt something, a tickling sensation on my right side. "Is this Charlie?" I asked. "No," Tim said. "Charlie is with your mom. Gran is sitting beside you, trying to comfort you." I should have known. Her touch is a mother's touch. Soft and soothing. Both Tim and Elaine later messaged me, telling me Mom had received pain medication from the hospital but refused to take it because it made her feel off balance. Tim urged me to convince her. When it was time to change her wound dressing, I hesitated. I hated causing pain to the people I loved. After we finished, Tim sent another message. "Your mom doesn't like not being mommy. She's always been the one taking care of you. She doesn't like the roles being reversed. But you have to tell her this. If she walks alone, she's going to fall. Do not let her walk around by herself tonight. I see her falling." At the same time, Tim said Gran was terrified Mom would fall, and Charlie had positioned himself in the passage, blocking the way to the bedrooms. He would make sure she didn't go anywhere alone. As I read the message out loud, I looked at Mom. "If there were ever any doubts that they care for us," I said, "I think we have our answer." That night, as I helped Mom to her room, I could feel Charlie walking on her left while I supported her on the right. His energy was so strong, I almost felt like I could reach out and physically touch him. Tim later told me that Charlie wasn't just doing this on his own. Gran had told him to. "He's a little wary of upsetting her," Tim said. "She can be a difficult lady." I laughed. Like mother, like daughter. Once Mom was safely in bed, I finally felt at ease. The next morning, as I got ready for work, I asked Gran to watch over my boys and especially Mom. I asked Kiddo to do his part and keep the twins busy. I could feel his smile as I left. When I was a child, music was something I loved deeply. I was 9 when my father, strongly encouraged by my mother, bought me my first guitar. He grumbled about it, convinced that I would lose interest in a short time, and since guitars were expensive in the 1950s, he wasn't thrilled about the investment. But I proved him wrong. I picked it up quickly, my natural ear helping me learn faster than expected, and before long, I couldn't imagine my life without it. Years later, when I had started working, I didn't have much money, but my passion for playing remained. Sometimes I played with friends in small pubs and restaurants, earning a little extra and enjoying the connection that music brought. I dreamed of owning an electric guitar, but my budget was tight. Then, one day, I saw an ad in the newspaper. Someone was selling a Rickenbacker. It was a rare opportunity, one I didn't want to miss. I called the seller, arranged a meeting, and made my way to his home in Port Louis on a bright, hot Saturday morning. Finding the address proved more difficult than expected. His directions were vague, and I found myself wandering the streets, stopping twice to ask people for help, but neither had an answer. Then I met a man. He was middle-aged, dressed casually, with a deep complexion and thick, curly hair. But what struck me most were his eyes, light gray, almost unnaturally so. That was rare among Creole people, and it made him stand out. I asked him for directions, and without hesitation, he gave them with precise detail. I thanked him, about to continue on my way, when he suddenly spoke again. "Tell Tony not to sell his grandma's cameo. Tell him to take good care of Metter. And tell him that Dad is doing well and proud of him." The words stopped me cold. Before I could ask him anything, who he was talking about, what he meant, he simply walked away, disappearing into the crowd of the busy street. I stood there, confused, trying to process what had just happened. Who was Tony? And why had this man given me such a specific message to deliver? It made no sense. But there was nothing else to do but move on, so I shook off the strange encounter and continued, following the directions he had given me. They were perfect. I arrived at the house and knocked. A young man opened the door. He introduced himself as Didier. That confused me. Why had the man in the street told me to give a message to Tony if this was the seller's name? As we stood at the doorstep, he asked if I had trouble finding his place. I told him that I had been lost for a bit, but a kind stranger had given me directions. Then, laughing a little, I mentioned that the man had also given me a message to pass along. I repeated it. Didier's expression changed immediately. His eyes went wide, his face paled, and in an instant, the casual atmosphere was gone. His voice was sharp when he told me to say it again. I did. Then he grabbed my arm. "Who told you that?" His voice was different now, urgent, shaken. I described the man. The curly hair, the gray eyes. The look that passed over Didier's face made my stomach turn. It was panic, fear, disbelief, and something else I couldn't name. Without another word, he rushed past me and ran into the street, demanding that I show him exactly where I had met this man. I followed, struggling to keep up, still unsure what was happening. When we reached the spot, he stopped and scanned the crowd, turning in circles, looking up and down the street. His breathing was unsteady. "Which way did he go?" I pointed. We spent nearly an hour searching, walking the streets, looking into shop windows, scanning the faces of every passerby. We never found him. Finally, exhausted and defeated, Didier led me back to his house. Neither of us spoke on the way. The silence was heavy, charged with something neither of us fully understood. When we stepped inside, I hesitated, unsure if I should leave and give him space. But before I could say anything, he gestured for me to sit. Then, he went to a shelf and pulled out a framed picture. Was this the man? I took the frame from him. The photograph was old, slightly faded, showing a younger version of the man I had met. His hair was shorter, and he had a mustache, but there was no mistaking the eyes. Even in black and white, they stood out. I felt my chest tighten. A strange warmth flooded through me, followed by a deep, bone-chilling cold. That's him. Didier swallowed hard. That's my father. My skin prickled. But I just saw him. I whispered. Didier sat down, his hands shaking. His father had passed away a little over a week ago. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The weight of what he had just said settled over me, pressing against my ribs. Slowly, he explained. His real name was Didier, but his father had always called him Tony. It was a nickname from childhood, something only his dad used. His grandmother was sick, and he was her primary caretaker. Money had been tight, and he had decided to sell his guitar and his grandmother's cameo to help with expenses. And Medder? That was his father's dog, the one he had been thinking about giving away. I sat there, my mind racing, unable to process what was happening. The stranger I had met, the man who had given me the message, had been dead for over a week. Didier could barely speak. He asked me to describe his father again, as if hearing it one more time might make it all make sense. But we both knew the truth. I had met his father. We sat together for a long time, lost in thought. He offered me a drink, and we talked, though there were long, heavy pauses where neither of us knew what to say. It wasn't until I was about to leave that we remembered the guitar. I told him I would return another day with a car to collect it. For a long time after that, I felt uneasy. More than uneasy, I felt watched. Not in a terrifying way, but in a way that made the world feel different, as if at any moment that man, Didier's father, might step out from a street corner and talk to me again. I avoided going out at night for a long time after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted, that I had brushed up against something beyond what I could understand. It changed the way I saw life and death. Even now, all these years later, I still remember every word he said. And I still wonder, was it a chance encounter? Or did he know that I would be the one to carry his final message? The Karachi summers were unbearable. The nights, stifling with heat and humidity, offered no relief, especially when the electricity failed us. My husband and I could only take it for so long before we gave up on sleeping in our bedroom altogether. We moved to the drawing room, where at least we could leave the garden door wide open and let in a breeze. At first, we only moved there when the power went out, but soon, we started spending entire nights there. Compared to the suffocating heat of our room, it was far better. The cool gusts of air brought some comfort, and my husband usually fell asleep in no time. I, however, took much longer. Even in the daytime, the drawing room had an odd feel to it, something I could never quite explain. At night, that unease only grew stronger. The breeze, passing through the glass front, made eerie sounds. The potted plants outside cast shifting, shadowy figures, playing tricks on my eyes. Even with the lights out, Karachi was never truly dark. A strange glow always remained, leaving just enough visibility to fuel the imagination. But what unsettled me most was the doorway leading to the dining room. No matter how much I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that I was only imagining things, I couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked in the shadows beyond that door. Still, exhaustion would eventually take over, and once I managed to fall asleep, it was a blissful rest. For a while. Then, the nights began to change. I would be deep in sleep when a sharp pain jolted me awake. At first, it felt like a dream, a strange, hazy vision of my husband teasing me, playfully wrestling with me. But then, his weight would press down on my stomach, and I would feel a sudden, stabbing pain, as though his thumb was a dagger, digging straight into my flesh. The pain was too real to be a dream. I would stare at his face, and it did look like him, but the eyes were wrong. They were cold. Mean. The moment realization hit, I would recite the tawas, and just like that, the figure would vanish. My heart pounding, I would turn my head, only to find my husband lying beside me, fast asleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. It kept happening. I told my husband about it, and he suggested that I wake him if it happened again. But I never did. Some part of me was afraid. What if the thing that looked like him was him? Or worse, what if he, too, was drawn into this nightmare? The dreams, or whatever they were, became routine. But they were not just isolated to those nights in the drawing room. There was another recurring vision. In this dream, I would be walking past abandoned houses, their walls worn down by time and neglect. Behind me, footsteps followed. I turned, and there he was, the same thing that haunted my sleep. A middle-aged man, balding, with a sinister expression. The same cold, cruel eyes that I had seen before. No matter how fast I walked, he would catch up. His hands would grab me, squeezing painfully tight. I would struggle, feeling paralyzed, unable to move, unable to escape. The pain would shoot through me, so real, so sharp, but in the end, I always managed to break free. I would fight him. I would hit him, kick him, sometimes even break him into pieces. But no matter how many times I destroyed him in the dream, he always came back. And for years, this torment continued, but only in the drawing room. I never had these experiences in our own bedroom. It was easy to brush it off as strange dreams, figments of my imagination, until the night I realized it was something much more. During a short trip to Islamabad, we stayed in a hotel. That night, as I lay in bed, I was awake when it happened. There was no dream, no slow transition between reality and nightmare. He was there. Before I could react, he overpowered me, pinning me down, sitting on my stomach. But this time, he didn't just press his thumb into me. He had a knife. A real, sharp, cold knife. And he was trying to drive it into me. A desperate panic surged through me, and I did the only thing I could. I started reciting my prayers. And just like before, he vanished. This time, I didn't hesitate. I woke my husband, told him what had happened. He didn't question me. Without another word, we changed rooms. The rest of the night was peaceful. But I knew then that this wasn't just a dream. Something was real. And it was following me. As for our Karachi house, I am certain that something lurks there, unseen. And I am not the only one who believes it. Over the years, visitors, many with no knowledge of my experiences, have commented on the house, specifically the drawing room. Some, while sitting there, have shuddered, glancing uneasily toward the dining room doorway. Some have even said it outright. There is something in this house. Watch yourself. There are forces in this world that operate beyond our understanding, ancient and relentless, waiting for the right moment to strike. Spirits, especially those that belong to something much older and darker, do not forget. Sometimes they stalk their victims for years, biding their time. I always thought I was immune to such attacks, protected by my sadhana and spiritual discipline. But overconfidence is a dangerous thing. What followed was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. It started years ago, during a visit to a remote village about 300 miles from Bombay. A few distant relatives of my mother lived there, and on my way back from a trip, I decided to stop by. The village was hidden in the hills, untouched by modernity, still carrying the echoes of the past. While food was being prepared, I wandered outside and noticed an empty hut near the house. Something about it felt wrong. The moment I stepped inside, a wave of stale, oppressive air hit me. The place was nearly empty except for a few scattered utensils and old clothes. A strange greenish tinge seemed to coat everything. The presence of something ancient hung in the air. My uncle, noticing my interest, told me the story of the hut. Years ago, an old woman had come from the northern hills with a bit of money and had built this hut. She lived alone, her tragic story known to all. Her only son had died from a snakebite. She appeared kind and mingled well with the villagers, often helping during festivals. Then came the free cataract camp, organized by a charitable doctor named Dr. Shirke. When neighbors insisted she get her eyes checked, she resisted. But when her turn came, she had no choice but to go inside. Minutes later, a nurse entered the tent and found the doctor dead, his face frozen in pure terror. A heart attack, they said. But no one could explain why his expression had been one of absolute horror. After that, the woman's reputation changed. She was seen at night, drawing symbols on the riverbank. Some swore they saw her swimming through the flooded river with something in her mouth. One night, she vanished and never returned. I suspected what she was, and I knew she would return. I searched the hut, and soon found what I was looking for: a broken shrine symbol drawn in chalk, with two small birds. I erased it with water, ignoring the sharp pain that coursed through me as I did. The moment it was gone, an image flashed through my mind: dark yellow eyes, like those of a fox, glaring at me in disapproval. I advised the villagers to tear down the hut and build a small temple in its place. And then I left, forgetting about it entirely. Until she came back. 10 years later, I was working late on a Saturday, finishing around 8 p.m. As I stood up to leave, something shifted in the air. A warning, not immediate danger, but something approaching. I had learned to recognize these signals over the years, but this time, I couldn't tell what form it would take. Cautious, I drove home. As I turned into my society, my instincts told me I had seen something unusual. But I brushed it off. I ate some fruit, began my sadhana early, reinforcing my spiritual defenses. Yet, despite expecting trouble, nothing happened. Or so I thought. The next morning, something small but strange caught my eye. My pillow and bedsheets had a faint greenish tint. A vague memory stirred, but I couldn't place it. After my bath, I began another sadhana, one specifically designed to provoke and insult evil. If there was something lurking, this would force it to react. Then the doorbell rang. Annoyed, I answered, took the milk bag, and returned to my practice. And then I froze. The milkman had come 30 minutes earlier than usual. Whatever was watching me couldn't handle the insults and had reacted. But it wasn't a simple outburst, it had found a clever way to break my focus. I looked at the milk bag. The plastic had the same green tinge. And the moment my eyes registered it, a sharp pain shot through my forefinger. Blood oozed out. It wasn't plastic. Realizing the danger, I rushed to my sacred cabinet and threw the bag inside. It burst into flames. In the fire, I saw an image, a doctor examining an old woman's eyes. But something blocked my memory. I couldn't fully remember. It was as if my mind was being restricted. I cleansed the house with holy ash, but I could feel it laughing at me. It was too strong for simple purification. For the first time, I felt real fear. I called my friend, an expert in paranormal investigations. The call went unanswered. I tried other contacts. Every number was engaged. That was my first mistake. I should have stopped. But I kept dialing, mechanically, until finally, one call connected. The line was silent for a moment. Then I heard it, a faint whisper, almost like a Gregorian chant. Something ancient. Wrong. My training kicked in. I recognized the words, chants older than recorded history, a mix of sacred and profane, twisted into something unholy. If I had hesitated a second longer, I would have been lost. In a split-second defensive move, I threw my phone away and wiped the blood trickling from my ear. Had I been even a moment slower, I don't know what would have happened. It was powerful, and it had come fully prepared. I checked the number I had called, Hotel Meghut. A memory surfaced, just out of reach. Something about that name, but I couldn't grasp it. I left the house for fresh air, but as I stepped outside, everything was wrong. Shops that should have been open were shuttered. The streets were eerily empty. The world had lost its logic. The nature of reality itself was being bent. And then I saw her. An old woman, standing far down the road, slowly walking toward me. I didn't think. I turned and ran. Instinct has saved me more times than I can count. This wasn't a fight I could win in the open. It had begun in my house, it had to end there. Back inside, I lit a sacred yellow candle, invoking protection. Then I tried one last desperate attempt to connect with the real world. I opened my laptop. No websites loaded. Some appeared in unknown languages. Even technology was under its control. Then, something hissed behind me. But I wasn't alone. Out of the chaos, a single green dot appeared in my online contacts. Dr. Shirke. Messages began appearing. Hit your right hand on the chair arm. Hard. Until it hurts. I obeyed. 4 times. The pain cut through something dark in my mind. Memories flooded back. The woman. The ancient symbol I had erased in the village. The fox eyes watching me. Behind the sofa. I rushed to the living room, pulled the sofa aside, and saw it. The same symbol, drawn without my knowledge. With my bleeding hand, I wiped it away. Pain erupted through me, but the house shook with defeated howls. It was over. The next day, my wounds were treated. I told my friend what had happened. But questions remained. How had it mastered technology? Who had sent Dr. Shirket? And most chilling of all, why had I instinctively stopped scrolling when I saw the old woman's face? Because she was only the 5th from the last. What horrors had been waiting beyond her? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The house had seemed ordinary enough when we first moved in. It was a rental home, a temporary place for our growing family. The excitement of a new space, the chaos of unpacking, and the anticipation of welcoming a new baby kept us busy. But from the very first days I sensed something just beyond my field of vision. At first, I thought it was exhaustion. I would catch fleeting glimpses of movement near the fireplace, just at the edge of my sight. A small figure, quick and quiet. My initial reaction was that it was one of my children running past, but when I turned to look, they weren't there. It was strange, but I dismissed it, chalking it up to the stress of moving and the overwhelming task of preparing for a newborn. But the sightings continued. It took me a while to notice the pattern. The child, because that's what I believed it was, would always appear just moments before my daughters came running from the opposite side of the house. It wasn't just a trick of the eye. It happened too often, too consistently. Each time, my heart would skip a beat, and I would feel an odd wave of déjà vu, as if time itself were folding in on itself, repeating something I couldn't quite grasp. Then the details began to form. The child, though only ever glimpsed for a second, seemed to be around 5 years old. Their clothing had a blue, flowing quality, almost as if the fabric moved with an ethereal softness. And then there was the overwhelming feeling that this child had died in a fire. But why the fireplace? The thought gnawed at me. I started to wonder, was this child trying to tell me something? I wasn't someone who saw ghosts. I had never had an experience with spirits before, but I did believe that energy lingered, that the past sometimes left imprints on the present. And this child, this presence, seemed drawn to the window near the fireplace, as if trying to reach it. Then we discovered the fireplace was a fire hazard. It wasn't something we had thought to check immediately, but after months of living in the house, we realized it was dangerous. If we had used it more, if we had ignored the warning signs, something terrible could have happened. We stopped using it entirely. And then the child disappeared. I should have felt relief, but instead, I felt uneasy. The presence had been persistent, almost urgent, and now it was gone. But rather than peace settling in, a new, much darker energy took its place. The house changed. At first, it was small things, electrical malfunctions, appliances breaking unexpectedly. Our lights flickered, and rooms would lose power without explanation. Then, the electrical system failed entirely in 2 rooms. And strangely, they were the same 2 rooms where the fireplace's influence lingered, the drawing room and the bedroom behind it. The air in those rooms felt different, heavier. Then, odd coincidences started happening outside our home. Cars would break down in front of our house, engines failing for no apparent reason. Strangers would stop, frustrated and confused, trying to figure out why their vehicles had suddenly died in that exact spot. It happened often enough to make me uneasy. And then there was the night of my children's baptism. It should have been a joyful occasion, a celebration of faith and family. But that night, something went terribly wrong. One of our family members, completely out of character, broke down in what can only be described as a possession. The energy in the house had become overwhelming. Something was lurking, something unseen but deeply felt. We began getting sick. It started slowly: fatigue, persistent colds, a general feeling of sluggishness that we couldn't shake. Then it escalated. My children had trouble sleeping. We had headaches, nausea, dizziness. The air in the house began to feel thick, almost oppressive. Then mold appeared. It crept in through the ceilings and windows, a silent infestation that spread faster than we could control. No matter how much I cleaned, no matter how much bleach I used, it returned. I had assumed it was dust, but something told me otherwise. Then the tests confirmed it. The health department ran air quality checks, and the results were horrifying. High levels of mold, humidity, and carbon dioxide, levels that could slowly poison a family over time. Had I imagined the child? At first, I thought maybe I had. I had only seen the child when we first moved in, before the sickness, before the dark energy took hold. If the child was connected to the mold, wouldn't they have appeared throughout our time there? Wouldn't they have warned us about the house's toxicity? But then I realized, maybe they had. The child had appeared at the very beginning. Before the mold spread, before we truly knew what was lurking in the walls. And by the time the sickness had taken hold, the child was gone, no longer able to reach me. Or perhaps, no longer needing to. Then came the moment that shattered everything. My 5-year-old daughter woke up in the middle of the night, violently ill. She was throwing up, her small body burning with fever. When I touched her, she was on fire. Panicked, I took her temperature. It was 103.5 under her arm. That meant her true temperature could be even higher. She started shaking. I called 911. Frantic, I wrapped her in the closest blanket, a blue one. I carried her toward the door so the paramedics could reach her as quickly as possible. But just as I reached the fireplace, my knees buckled. I don't know why. The door was only a few feet away. I could have kept moving. But something unseen, forced me down right in front of the fireplace. The same place where I had always seen the child. I had no choice but to set my daughter down there, in that exact spot, as I tried to cool her burning body. It was only minutes before the paramedics arrived, but in those moments, I was paralyzed with fear. Then, as I climbed into the car to follow the ambulance, the child entered my mind. It had been over a year since I had thought about them. But now, as my daughter was rushed to the hospital, I couldn't ignore the connection. The child I had seen was 5 years old. My daughter was 5 years old. The child had worn blue. My daughter was wrapped in blue. The child had always moved toward the front door. My daughter was being carried through that door. And the child had died in a fire. My daughter's body was on fire from fever. Had I seen my daughter's soul from the future, reaching back to warn me? Had the child been a spirit trying to protect us? Had they saved my daughter's life by making my knees buckle at that exact moment, keeping her from something worse? As we drove away from the house for the last time, I glanced back. And there, in the window near the fireplace, I saw the child. Were they trying to follow us? To escape? Or simply saying goodbye? It has been 2 weeks since we left that house. The sickness is fading, our bodies detoxing, the heavy fog lifting. But the child still lingers in my mind. I believe it's time to set them free. I will return, wearing a mask to protect myself from the mold. I will bring holy water from the church. I will walk to the fireplace, where they always stood, and I will sprinkle the water in a trail leading to the window. And I will speak to them. You are free. You have done your part. You are safe now. Whether they were my daughter's soul, a spirit of the past, or something else entirely, they deserve peace. And I pray that when I leave that house for the final time, the child will no longer be in the window, but in the light. It started about 4 years ago when I was 15. The first time I experienced something strange in the basement, I was sitting at my computer alone. The TV was turned off, leaving a black screen reflecting part of the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a white figure moving near the couch, coming toward me. Thinking it was my brother, I turned around to say something, but no one was there. A cold fear spread through me, and I ran upstairs, locking myself in my room until my family got home. At first, I was the only one experiencing anything unusual. I would hear a little girl whisper, "Who are you?" when I was in the basement alone. There were faint footsteps, shifting shadows, and the feeling that I was being watched. My dad and I were big fans of ghost hunting shows, so when I told my parents, they brushed it off, saying I was imagining things because of the show. I tried to ignore it, but after a few months, my dad started hearing things too. One night, when he was home alone, he threw the laundry basket down the basement stairs, and as it landed, he heard a little girl's voice say, "What was that?" After that, he began to hear screams, his name being called, and the same little girl asking, "Who are you?" He never doubted me again. For 3 years, the activity stayed the same, unsettling but never aggressive. It wasn't until the past year that things began to escalate. One summer night, my cousins were visiting, and we were sitting in my room talking. I started telling them about the strange things I had experienced in the basement. Just as I was finishing my story, a loud bang came from the wall. It was so sudden and forceful that we all jumped up, screaming, and ran out of the room. A few months later, my dad and I were watching TV in the living room. The basement door was in the kitchen, and from where we sat, we could hear anything coming from the stairs. My dog, who had been resting quietly, suddenly jumped up, growling and barking at the basement door. Then came the sound of footsteps moving near the top of the staircase. My dad grabbed a flashlight and went down to check, but there was nothing there. After that night, the footsteps became a regular occurrence. It wasn't long before I had another encounter. One night, my brother and Sean, the guy I was seeing, were playing video games in the basement. After they finished, they turned off the lights and came upstairs. As we sat on the couch, we heard a loud noise from below, as if something heavy had fallen. Neither of them wanted to go check, so I went myself. The first thing I noticed was that the lights were on, even though they had shut them off. Then I saw a box lying in the middle of the floor. It had been on a shelf where it couldn't have fallen on its own. My stomach twisted. I put the box back and called out, asking if anyone was down there. The silence that followed was heavy. I went back upstairs, shaken but trying not to show it, and laughed at Sean and my brother for being too scared to go down there. 2 nights later, Sean and I were watching a movie in the basement. My dad had let the dog outside, and suddenly Sean turned to me and asked if the dog had been let back in. When I told him no, he said he had heard running behind him. I tried to ignore the fear creeping up my spine and kept watching the movie. But then Sean's face changed. He kept looking behind me, eyes wide, his whole body tense. I knew he hated talking about ghosts, so for him to react like that meant something was really wrong. I turned to ask what he was looking at, but before I could speak, I saw something, a flesh-colored figure darting across the room. The moment our eyes met, we bolted upstairs without saying a word. A few weeks later, I was alone in the basement when I heard a little girl laugh in the pantry area. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to stay put. I called out, asking who was there, but got no answer. Still shaken, I went upstairs to take a shower. As I stood under the warm water, I heard humming. A soft, childlike humming sound right outside the bathroom door. My breath caught. I turned off the water, listening. Silence. I waited a moment, then turned the water back on. The humming started again. It was distinct, not the pipes, not my imagination. It was the sound of a little girl, humming a song just outside the door. I called out, asking if anyone was there, but no response came. The more the activity increased, the more determined I became to figure out what was in the basement. I started looking into ghost hunting equipment, thinking about setting up EVP recorders and cameras to capture whatever was there. But almost everyone I talked to told me it was a bad idea. They warned that trying to communicate with it could make things worse, that it could invite something darker into the house. That was the part that scared me the most. What had started as whispers and footsteps had turned into laughter, objects moving, and figures in the dark. The spirit, whatever it was, wasn't just lingering. It was trying to get my attention. But the real question was, why? Was it just a lost soul, wanting to be heard? Or was it something else entirely? Something that wanted me to open the door? Since childhood, I have believed in ghosts, angels, and demons, though I grew up in a home that wasn't particularly religious. One constant in my life has been my mother's best friend, who my siblings and I call our aunt. She has been around since we were born, but there is something unique about her. She was once a practicing Wiccan. She wasn't the broomstick-riding kind, and she wasn't evil, at least as far as I know. She practiced until I was about 5 years old, and I never thought much of it until things started happening to me when I was 15. When I turned 14, my family moved into a seemingly normal house in a newer community in Kitchener, Ontario. Everything was fine for about a year. Then I moved my bedroom into the basement, and things changed. It wasn't the kind of creepy, unfinished basement you see in horror movies. My mom had once run her hair salon down there, so it was fully finished. But from the moment I moved in, I started feeling uneasy, like I wasn't welcome. That feeling lingered for about a month before things escalated. One night, I lay down in bed, and almost instantly, I felt sick to my stomach. It was a deep, gut-wrenching unease. I rolled over, facing the wall, trying to fall asleep, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone standing at the curtain that separated my room from the rest of the basement. My heart pounded as I snapped my head around. Nothing was there. I told myself it was my imagination, rolled back over, and tried to sleep. Just as I was drifting off, a voice whispered in my ear. "Hello?" It was so close, so real, like someone was right next to me. I bolted upright, scanning the room, but I was alone. My skin prickled as the unease suddenly disappeared, as if whatever it was had left. I somehow managed to fall asleep, but that was just the beginning. A week later, I was home alone from school, lying on the couch watching TV. That same uneasy feeling crept over me, but this time, it was worse. I felt like I was being watched. Then, the garage door opened. I jumped up, ran to it, and shut it, locking it securely. I tried to brush it off as the wind, but 10 minutes later, I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate steps, not just the house settling. My stomach twisted. I knew I was home alone. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, my hands shaking. At that moment, a loud crash came from the basement. My fear warred with my curiosity, and stupidly, I ran down to check. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I saw the fluorescent tube light my mom had installed for her salon shattered on the floor. My breath came in short gasps as I turned and bolted upstairs. I picked up the phone to call my mom, but my blood ran cold. The garage door, the one I had locked, was open again. That night, after my family got home, I tried to shake it off. But as I lay in bed, I saw something again. A shadow, standing at the edge of my curtain. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to go away. A few hours later, my sister's terrified screams ripped through the house. I ran upstairs to find my mom holding her, trying to calm her down. My sister, sobbing, said she had seen a man standing in the hallway. I froze. The next morning, I told my mom about what I had been seeing and hearing. Her face went pale. She admitted that just the night before, she had woken up to see a shadowy figure standing at the foot of her bed. She blinked, and it was gone. From that night on, the activity worsened. Footsteps, whispers, doors opening and closing on their own. The garage door continued to unlock itself. Our nerves were frayed. My mom finally called her best friend, the one who had once practiced Wicca. Her friend gave her sage and sweetgrass, instructing her to burn them throughout the house to cleanse it. We followed her instructions, and for a while, the activity stopped. But a month later, it started again. Each time we heard something, we would burn the sage, and it would quiet down for a while before creeping back. This went on for years, until we moved. The moment we left that house, the disturbances stopped. For a long time, I thought that was the end of it. But a few months ago, something new started happening. For the past 6 months, I've been experiencing sleep paralysis. I wake up, completely aware but unable to move. I've researched it. Some say it's just your brain waking up before your body does. But others believe it's something supernatural. That something is holding you down. At first, I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But 2 nights ago, I had a dream, one that felt too real to be just a dream. In it, I was crouched in the dark corner of my mother's room. I heard something coming up the stairs, something heavy, something massive. Panic clawed at my throat as the sound grew louder, closer. And then, it was on me, grabbing me. But there was nothing there. I woke up in a cold sweat, heart racing. The feeling of being watched was back. My room is in the basement again, but this time, the house is older, with cement walls. There's a hole about a foot wide in the wall that separates my room from the laundry room. That night, after my dream, I heard scratching noises from the laundry room. I held my breath, staring at the hole. Something was moving, blocking the light, as if someone, or something, was walking around in there. I forced myself to get up, to go check. I expected to find my brother or maybe my mom, but the laundry room was empty. Everyone was asleep. Since that night, the unease has settled into my bones. The noises haven't stopped. The feeling of being watched lingers stronger than ever. I don't know if whatever was in the old house followed me or if this is something new entirely. But I know one thing, I am not alone. I have lived in this house for 3 years now, and from the very beginning, something just didn't feel right. At first, I told myself it was just an old house settling, the usual creaks and bangs that come with a place adjusting to new people. But soon, those small noises became something more. One night, my 14-year-old daughter ran screaming into our room, her face pale with terror. "There's a man in my room! And I don't like the way he's looking at me!" My heart pounded as I sent my husband to check, but of course, there was nothing there. She refused to go back to her room for 3 nights, staying with us until she worked up the courage to return. Things settled for a while, but then it happened again. This time, she came flying into our room, shaking and sobbing uncontrollably. "He was standing in front of me," she gasped. "He moved my hair and whispered in my ear, but it was all crackling, like a broken radio. From then on, he was a constant presence. My daughter named him Mr. P, because she thought it was odd how he always followed her around. She described him as a tall man with brownish hair and a hat. She refused to look at him directly, not because she was afraid, she insisted he didn't seem threatening, but because it just wasn't normal. I brought in a medium, hoping for answers. She walked through the house, telling us things we hadn't mentioned, details she couldn't have known. I needed that validation, to know I wasn't losing my mind. She told me that the spirit was my father's twin brother. I had never met him. My parents divorced when I was a baby, and the explanation didn't sit right with me. But the medium insisted. "It's not for you to question, just to know it's him," she said. That wasn't good enough for me. I told her I didn't want him here. She also said I had many spirits in the house, all drawn to my daughter because she could see, hear, and feel them. She warned me. My daughter wasn't telling me everything. That night, I sat my daughter down and asked her to be honest with me. She hesitated but finally admitted that she had seen spirits her whole life. But before moving into this house, they had always been just at the edges of her vision, never fully in front of her, never speaking. Now, it was different. Despite everything, she was strong. She was now 16, often staying home alone. Some days she could handle it, other days she came to work with me just to get away from the house. The medium told her to stand up for herself, to tell the spirits to leave if they were bothering her. One night, when she had had enough, she looked at Mr. P and firmly said, "Get out of my room!" And he did. He walked straight out. He once told her, "We are not here to hurt you." But she didn't trust them. One afternoon, when she was home alone, she walked into the dining room and found a man standing there. She screamed, grabbed the dog, and locked herself in the bedroom, calling me in a panic. When I got home, she was still shaken. Even the dog was uneasy, barking at the dining room long after the man had disappeared. She never told me everything, and I knew she never would. She was quiet, reserved, and not one to panic easily. I was the opposite, hot-headed and quick to react. If she told me half of what she saw, I knew there was so much more she kept to herself. I took her to a spiritualist church once, just to see if it might help her. As we sat listening to the medium, my daughter suddenly turned to me, her eyes wide. "Why is that man standing?" she whispered. I followed her gaze but saw nothing. "What man?" I asked. She frowned. "That man behind that woman. No, he's not standing. He's hovering." My blood ran cold. Moments later, the medium turned to the woman and told her, "You have a man hovering beside you." My daughter had seen him before anyone else. That was the moment I knew, beyond a doubt, that she had a gift. Strange things happened to me too. Once, in broad daylight, while stripping wallpaper, I felt someone stroke my hair. I froze, barely breathing, hoping it was just my imagination. Then it happened again. The gentle, deliberate motion of fingers running through my hair. I called my mum in tears. Another time, I was in my bedroom when I saw a solid black mass unfurl and point at me. Without thinking, I pointed back, screaming, "No, no, no!" before running from the room. And then there was the bath incident. It was midday, the sun streaming through the window, nothing but warm bubbles surrounding me. Then a shadow crossed the window. A head. A perfect silhouette unmoving. My heart nearly stopped. I screamed for my kids, shaking, trying to convince myself there was a rational explanation. We moved everything in the bathroom, checked outside, even had my kids stand at different angles to see if they could recreate the shape. Nothing. It had vanished the moment I stepped out of the tub. My mum moved in with us for a few months while she was in the middle of relocating. She saw him too. Several times. She would walk upstairs and see him leaving my daughter's room, heading toward the bathroom. Once, after she had moved out, she visited and saw him again, standing in the hallway. She had never believed in ghosts before. She does now. Then my aunt came to stay. She lasted one night. She was supposed to stay longer, but the morning after her first night, she called my uncle and demanded he come pick her up. She swore she'd never set foot in my house again. Nothing had happened, at least nothing out of the ordinary for us. But as she lay in bed that night, she had gotten up to use the bathroom. On her way back, she glanced into my daughter's room and saw my husband sleeping in her bed. Annoyed, she muttered to herself about how he could at least have shut the door. But my husband wasn't in that bed. He was sleeping downstairs on the sofa. I tried to explain it, to rationalize it, but she refused to listen. "You didn't see what I saw," she said. And she was right. A friend of mine once stayed at my house to wait for a repairman while I was at work. Afterward, she called me, her voice shaking. "I kept hearing drawers opening and closing, someone walking around upstairs," she said. "I knew I was the only one there, but I swear I wasn't alone." The moment the repairman left, so did she. I once called the church for help, not because I was afraid, though I was, but because I wanted answers. The woman on the phone told me they couldn't help. That was the moment I stopped looking for outside help. Where do you go when even the church won't help you? I bought a smudge stick online and smudged the house myself. It didn't change anything. One thing I noticed: only the women in the house experienced anything. My husband rolled his eyes whenever I mentioned it, dismissing it all as nonsense. My 8-year-old son had never seen or felt anything. He wasn't afraid at all. It was just us women who felt the weight of something unseen pressing in. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up knowing I'm not alone. It's a feeling I can't explain. The air feels thick, my skin prickles, and my stomach tightens with an unspoken dread. There have been nights I've woken my husband just to walk with me to the bathroom because I knew something was there. I don't expect everyone to believe me. That's okay. I know what I have seen, what I have felt, and what I have lived with for 3 years. It has taken courage to admit it, to say it out loud. And as terrifying as it is, it has also given me something, proof that there is more to this world than we understand. When I found out I was pregnant, I decided it was time to move in with my fiancé. I had always believed in ghosts, though I had never had any major personal experiences. My fiancé, on the other hand, was a complete skeptic. That changed quickly. Our first apartment was on the 3rd floor in Fairfield, Ohio. Climbing those stairs became harder as my belly grew, but that wasn't the only thing that made me uneasy. I would take pictures of my growing belly or our pets, and often, I would notice a strange mist or glowing orbs. At night, I would hear faint noises, soft creaks, distant murmurs, but I always brushed them off as an old apartment settling. As my pregnancy progressed, the unease in the apartment grew stronger. It became harder to sleep in our bedroom. The air felt heavy, like something was pressing down on me. I started avoiding the room when I could. One night, I went to bed early while my fiancé stayed up watching TV. The next morning, he told me he had heard a faint conversation in the living room, whispers that were impossible to make out. He had never been scared of anything paranormal before, but that night, he admitted it made his eyes water with fear. I tried to reason with him, saying maybe it was someone in the hallway, but he was certain it wasn't. When our baby girl was born, things took a turn for the worse. The strange feeling in our room spread to hers. At night, I dreaded getting up to check on her. There were times she would let out a sudden cry, only to fall silent again, as if something was waking her up. I couldn't wait to move. When the day finally came, we moved to another apartment in Westchester, Ohio. It was a first-floor unit, and for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. I thought we had left whatever haunted us behind. That peace didn't last. One night, I was in the bathroom when I heard my fiancé call out. I stepped into the living room and found him pale as a sheet, staring at the baby monitor in his hands. He asked if I had just gone into the baby's room. When I said no, his mouth fell open. He had heard something, a woman's voice speaking through the monitor in a language he couldn't understand. He said the voice had an evil, guttural tone. The fear in his eyes was enough to send chills down my spine. Neither of us slept that night. From then on, he started noticing things, shadows darting through the apartment, objects shifting when no one was near them. We both realized whatever had haunted us in Fairfield had followed us. Months passed, and just as we were preparing to leave the Westchester apartment, I had my own terrifying encounter with the voice on the baby monitor. I had been trying to fall asleep when, suddenly, the same low, growling voice crackled through the speaker. The sound sent shivers down my body. I couldn't make out the words, but the feeling was enough to make me sleep on the couch with the TV on for days. We moved again, this time to Mason, Ohio. I had hoped, once again, that the entity would stay behind, but deep down, I knew it wouldn't. It didn't take long before the activity started. At night, I would hear rustling sounds in our bedroom after my fiancé fell asleep. Small objects would move, paper crinkling, wrappers shifting. The closet door would creak open. I could feel something watching me. One night, the noises got so loud that my fiancé, normally a sound sleeper, jumped up and grabbed his gun. But there was nothing there. We started sleeping with a fan on for white noise, but the disturbances continued. One morning, half asleep, I reached out to adjust the fan, forgetting that our toddler had removed the cover. The spinning blades caught my finger, bruising it badly. The pain was sharp but brief, and I forgot about it, until that night. Lying in bed, I heard something move the fan. The sound of the blades hitting something echoed through the room. The noise was eerily similar to when my finger had gotten caught, like it was mocking me. I froze, my heart pounding. Then, just a few nights ago, I heard a woman's voice whisper something next to me while I was in bed. My fiancé was fast asleep. I can't shake the feeling that this presence is tied to my pregnancies. When it first started, we thought it might be my fiancé's grandmother. She had passed before we got pregnant, and she had loved him dearly. treating him like her own son. But the voice on the monitor, the way it scares us, it doesn't feel like a loving grandmother watching over us. I wish I had answers, but I don't. I'm terrified to ask it what it wants, afraid of what I might hear. And now, I'm pregnant again. I can't help but wonder, will the activity get worse? Is it waiting for something? And if so, what? I have lived in this house for a few years now, and while nothing particularly terrifying has ever happened, there have been enough strange occurrences to make me notice. The house has 4 floors, the ground floor with the kitchen and the cellar, then the front door, living room, and my brother's game room above that. My mother and brother's bedrooms are on the next floor, and finally, my room and the bathroom are at the very top. It's not the most convenient setup, especially when I'm downstairs and suddenly need to go to the bathroom. The first time anything seemed off was when my family went to France on holiday. We asked my friend from across the road to check on our house, feed the cats, and make sure everything was okay. When we returned, he casually mentioned that the house made him uncomfortable. He said he always felt like he was being watched, and that he even heard voices upstairs when he was in the kitchen. Once, when he came with his sister, they both saw a man standing at the top of the stairs near the living room. I dismissed it, thinking it was just a trick of the light, but looking back, that might have been the first sign. For a long time, I didn't notice anything myself. But then, one day while getting changed in my room, I heard someone coming up the stairs. After living in a house for years, you recognize the sound of each family member's footsteps, so I called out, expecting my mom or brother. There was no response. When I checked, the house was empty. My mom and brother had gone to the shops without telling me. The realization sent a chill through me. As time went on, I started feeling an unseen presence in the house. It became more than just a feeling. I would catch glimpses of a dark silhouette in the hallway near the front door or at the top of the stairs outside my mother and brother's room. The dog would sometimes stare into the hall, growling or barking at nothing. I didn't tell my mother at first. She's a nurse, very logical, and doesn't believe in ghosts despite claiming to have seen unexplained things throughout her career. Things escalated this past summer when my mom and brother went to France, leaving me alone in the house for a week before my grandmother arrived for a visit. The figure I had occasionally seen in the hallway became more frequent. He was young-looking but always slightly blurred, like a shadow that didn't belong on the wall. He seemed to be dressed in dark, formal clothing, maybe a suit. Before, he had lingered at the top of the stairs near the living room, but now he had moved to the stairs leading up from the kitchen. I dreaded going up them. Electrical things started acting strangely. One morning, I woke up to muffled voices and went downstairs to find the TV on. The remote was on the table under some papers, so it couldn't have been an accidental button press. The smoke alarms would go off randomly. Lights I was sure I had switched off would turn on again, and the cellar door, usually kept shut, would be open when I knew I hadn't touched it. That room always gave me the creeps. Things would fall off shelves in front of me, and my friends, who were usually skeptical, admitted feeling uneasy in the house. One friend came over for tea and, as he was coming up from the kitchen, saw the man in the hallway. Thinking it was an intruder, he prepared to attack, only to watch the figure vanish. When I came downstairs after a phone call, he told me what had happened, still shaken. He had never believed in ghosts, but after that, he wasn't so sure. As he left that night, he mentioned a strange sensation, like something whispering in his head, "She's mine again." After he left, I did something that, in hindsight, was probably reckless. I spoke to the presence. I told it to sit on the sofa next to me while I watched TV. Almost immediately, my dog leapt onto the other sofa, staring intently at the empty seat beside me. He didn't move from that spot until my mother came home. A few weeks later, something on the mantelpiece in my room shook violently before stopping the moment I looked up. When I finally told my mom, she was upset. She insisted there was nothing in the house, that she didn't want to hear about it, and that I should stop mentioning it because she refused to be afraid in her own home. I could understand her reaction, But what bothered me was that she and my brother had never experienced anything. The activity always happened when they weren't around, as if the presence was making sure I was the only one who could see it. Despite the strange occurrences, I never felt truly threatened. If anything, I became comfortable with its presence, even enjoyed its company. But then, without warning, the sightings stopped. The figure that had once been so frequent vanished. The noises, the lights, the objects moving, everything went silent. And oddly enough, I miss it. During my last year of high school, I often stayed up late. My room was on the second floor, giving me the privacy I wanted for long phone calls with friends. My younger brother also had a room upstairs, but his was right next to mine. One particular weekend night still haunts me. I was in bed, chatting on the phone, while the rest of the house was silent in sleep. The moonlight streaming through my window faintly illuminated my room, allowing me to make out the furniture. My bed was pushed against the wall, with my bedroom door right in front of it. At some point, I closed my eyes briefly, listening to my friend on the other end of the line. But then, an unsettling feeling crept over me. I opened my eyes, and saw a shadow standing beside my bed. Even with the dim light, the figure was pitch black, featureless, and terrifyingly still. My body froze as fear gripped me. Instinctively, I knew this was something malevolent. Then, right before my eyes, it began to shift. The shadow changed from a tall, two-legged figure into a four-legged creature, its form twisting unnaturally. It had a long tail, and as it transformed, it crawled up onto my ceiling, moving toward me. My ceiling was slanted due to the shape of the roof, making it even more horrifyingly close. Panic overtook me. I threw my phone, my friend still on the line, and bolted from my bed. I sprinted to the light switch by the door, too terrified to look back. When I flipped the switch, the light turned on, but then it went out again. I flicked it once more, and again, it shut off almost immediately. The failure of the light sent my heart racing even faster. Adrenaline coursing through me, I yanked open my bedroom door, darted into the hallway, and slammed my fist against my brother's door, desperately trying to wake him. When he finally opened it, irritation turned into concern as he saw my tear-streaked face and trembling hands. Between choked breaths, I told him what had happened. He didn't hesitate. Despite the late hour, he marched into my room to investigate while I clung to him, dreading what we might find. He turned on the light, and this time, it stayed on. Everything looked normal. My phone lay undisturbed on my bed, still connected to my friend, who had frantically been calling me back. My brother believed me. Maybe it was my visible terror, or maybe he just knew I wouldn't make something like that up. He wanted to wake our parents and tell them, but I refused. They were hardcore skeptics, and I knew they'd dismiss my story as a dream or overactive imagination. Instead, I stayed in my brother's room that night, unwilling to be alone. But even with him nearby, I couldn't sleep. My mind kept replaying the shadow's transformation, the paralyzing fear, and the way the lights had flickered out as if something was deliberately preventing me from banishing the darkness. The next morning at breakfast, my brother brought up what had happened. I wanted to disappear from embarrassment. As expected, my parents were quiet at first, then my dad asked if I was absolutely sure I hadn't been dreaming. I showed him my phone and explained that I had been awake, mid-conversation, when it happened. My brother backed me up, telling them how shaken I had been when I woke him. Instead of outright dismissing me, my dad surprised me by setting up a video camera in my room that night, hoping to catch anything unusual. The next day, he handed me the tape and told me to watch it. But I never did. The idea of seeing something on that recording was too much. I knew that if I saw something, anything, I would never be able to live peacefully in that house again. The tape remains untouched on the bookshelf. My dad admitted he had watched half of it but got tired of seeing nothing and turned it off. To this day, I wonder if he really saw nothing or if he just didn't want to admit otherwise. 2 days after the incident, I confided in my aunt. She was the only person I trusted to believe me. She took me to a church, where I had my cross necklace blessed, and told the priest everything. He listened solemnly, and told me that just as there were good spirits, there were also evil ones. He believed what I had seen was not a friendly presence. He asked if he could bless the house. I called my dad for permission, but he was furious. He refused to allow it, saying I was being ridiculous and letting my imagination run wild. My aunt saw how devastated I was and decided to take matters into her own hands. She got a bottle of holy water from the church and personally came to my house to bless it herself. For about 3 months after the blessing, everything was quiet. But then, little things started happening again. Unexplained sounds, fleeting shadows in my peripheral vision. Even now, when I visit my family in Illinois, I refuse to sleep in that room alone. For over a year after the experience, I slept in the living room, avoiding that space entirely. When I finally dared to sleep in it again, 2 years later, I deeply regretted it. That night the unease returned, the oppressive presence creeping back as if it had only been waiting for me to let my guard down. Even now, years later, I never enter that room without feeling watched. It seems like you've experienced a lifetime of strange, unexplained events that have followed you from place to place. From childhood to now, the presence of something, whether a spirit, energy, or entity, has remained constant in your life, sometimes subtly, sometimes more aggressively. From an early age, you were surrounded by the unknown. Your mother's use of a Ouija board before she became pregnant could have been the start. Or maybe it was just something that was always meant to be around you. Relatives talked about you being the kind of child who sees things, and one of the first major incidents they recall is when you told your Nana she was going to pass away, but that angels would come for her, and she shouldn't be afraid. Words no child should really know how to say, yet you did. Your first direct encounter came in San Diego. A simple, childish game of Bloody Mary turned into something far more chilling. While playing with friends in a dimly lit, isolated bathroom, you called out the name 3 times, and for a moment you saw a girl standing in the stall, a pale figure in a white dress with black hair. The moment you looked away and back again, she was gone. It wasn't like the stories of Bloody Mary, and later in life, when you saw The Grudge, it still didn't quite match. This was something else entirely. Moving to Texas, the feeling of being watched never left you. In your house, you kept seeing a large shadowy figure near a doorway, too big to be a normal shadow, and it didn't match the small window across from it. Your mother later told you that you had called it the man in the flannel shirt when you were younger, but what stuck with you was how real it had felt. The presence was always there, lurking, waiting. Oregon was where things escalated. The house was old, creaky, and unnerving. Faucets turned on by themselves, only to shut off the moment you saw them. It wasn't just an old house acting up, it felt intentional, like something wanted you to know it was there. And then came the dreams. A man dressed in black, pale, featureless, always present but never quite visible. He was in every dream, appearing in different ways, but always the same. Your little sister, still barely speaking at the time, would stare at your attic-connected closet with a confused look, as if she could see something you couldn't. Sometimes, at night, you'd hear growling, and then objects in your room would crash to the ground. The tapping on the window was frequent, never from the wind, always steady, like fingers knocking. When your family moved again, the shadow figures started appearing more often. You'd walk toward the stairs and catch the glimpse of something turning the corner, disappearing just as you focused on it. At night, you'd hear footsteps moving around your room, and the eerie sense of being watched only grew stronger. The most disturbing moment came when you woke one morning to find blood near your bed. 4 drops. No trails. No wounds. No explanation. Just there, waiting to be noticed. The townhouse was supposed to be a fresh start, but the first day you moved in, you already saw the shadow at the stairs. Friends and visitors avoided the upstairs, saying it didn't feel right. Doors opened and closed on their own, sometimes slamming, sometimes gently. Your sister claimed a man sat in the chair in her room, watching. She'd wake up shaking in fear, convinced he was there. To comfort her, you named him Raiden, telling her he was there to protect her. And somehow, it worked, for her at least. But things weren't better for you. One day, while holding your new phone, you sat down in that same chair. Moments later, the screen was filled with static, permanently broken. Then came the voices. The radio, while tuning through stations, suddenly whispered, "I will kill you!" The same radio went silent for 5 minutes, then returned to normal, but only in your room. The downstairs radio played uninterrupted. Your sister, out of nowhere, told you Raiden was now in your room, staying beside you every night. When you asked what he looked like, she described the faceless man from your dreams, black clothes, pale skin, black hair. Then she asked, "He's in your dreams, isn't he?" The fact that she knew, without you ever mentioning it, made your blood run cold. Your mother, desperate for answers, went to a Vietnamese fortune teller. The woman told her that the most evil presence in the house was in your room. She gave her a list of rituals to follow, leading to charms being placed on the front door, the ceiling, and a coin sword above your bedroom door. For a while, it seemed to help, everywhere but your room. Instead of easing, things got worse. Your guitar was pushed over. Footsteps followed you when you walked down the hall. Watching a movie, you suddenly heard laughter where there was none. In complete darkness, figures moved in your room. Waking up with bruises, cuts, and sometimes handprints became a regular occurrence. But the worst part: anytime you tried researching ways to get rid of spirits, your computer would shut off. No explanation. No technical issue. Just off. As if it knew what you were trying to do. You have spent your life surrounded by things you can't explain. Some just watch, some interact, and some do worse. Whether Raiden is protecting you or something far more sinister is attached to you, the presence has never left. And now, it seems more powerful than ever. That summer night, the sunset was breathtaking, pink and golden hues stretching across the sky as my sister and I drove down the hill. It was just after 8 p.m., and we were heading to 7-Eleven, a quick run for some cigarettes and a bottle of wine. A simple errand, nothing out of the ordinary. We were only gone for about 10 minutes, maybe 15 at most. But when we reached the intersection to head home, something was different. The darkness had fallen unnaturally fast, swallowing the last remnants of daylight. The sky that had been vibrant and warm just minutes ago was now black. Then, out of nowhere, the fog rolled in, thick, dense, and suffocating. Fog in San Diego in the middle of summer was rare, especially at 8 p.m., and this far inland. It didn't make sense. As we approached the traffic light at the main intersection, we noticed something else. There were no cars. This was a major thoroughfare, a road that was always busy, even late into the night. But now, it was completely deserted. The silence was unsettling. We sat there waiting for the light to change, but nothing happened. The radio was on, but there was no music. I thought I had turned the volume down, but when I checked, the station was still there, the numbers on the screen, but no sound. We exchanged confused glances, not sure what to make of it. Then, we looked at the clock. 8:52 p.m. That couldn't be right. It had been just after 8 when we left. Where had the time gone? How had nearly an hour passed in what felt like minutes? My sister pointed out the strangeness of the fog, the eerie silence. It was unsettling, but before we could make sense of anything, the night got even stranger. As we sat there, trying to rationalize what was happening, we both noticed something moving out of the corner of our eyes. It came from the ravine alongside the road, a deep ditch lined with eucalyptus trees. It moved unnaturally, almost as if it didn't belong in its own body. A man, or something resembling a man, emerged from the trees. It was tall, draped in a long trench coat and wearing a wide-brimmed hat. At first, I thought maybe he needed help, that he was injured. His walk was unnatural, jerky, as if he was learning how to use his limbs for the first time. Then I noticed something far more disturbing. He didn't have feet. He glided. My sister and I both tensed at the same time, whispering, "What the hell is that?" Not, Who? But what? Because whatever it was not human. The figure continued forward, not staggering anymore, but moving with purpose, straight toward my car. My first instinct was still to rationalize, but the closer it got, the more wrong it felt. Then I looked at its face. Or what should have been its face. It kept shifting, morphing. 1 second it had the features of an owl, then a horse, then a mask-like human face with no details. The features never settled, constantly changing, like I was staring at something that wasn't supposed to exist in my reality. My sister started panicking, yelling at me to roll up the window. I did, but I was still frozen, watching. It moved impossibly fast, covering nearly 60 yards in seconds. I felt like I was stuck, unable to react, unable to move. My sister screamed at me to run the red light, but I was transfixed. Then, it lunged for my door handle. At that exact moment, the light turned green. I don't remember making the decision to hit the gas, but suddenly, we were flying through the intersection. My sister kept looking back, eyes wide with horror. "He's throwing a tantrum!" she yelled. I refused to look, too focused on driving, my hands gripping the wheels so tightly they hurt. Then she gasped, "He's gone!" Just like that, he had vanished into thin air. By the time we got home, the fear hadn't worn off. But when we pulled into the driveway, our fear turned to confusion. My mother was outside, standing in the driveway with our neighbors, crying. When she saw us, she ran toward the car. "Where have you been?" she shouted. I blinked at her. "What do you mean?" "We just ran to the store." She shook her head, pointing toward the house. "Look at the time." I turned toward the clock on the wall inside. 10:43 p.m. Almost 2.5 hours had passed. It should have taken us 20 minutes at most. What happened in those missing hours? Where had we been? We tried to explain, but the words didn't make sense, even to us. The last thing I remember is feeling overwhelmingly exhausted. My mother was upset, but she didn't press us, and I don't even recall going to bed that night. The strangest part? We never spoke about it again. Not the next morning. Not in passing. Not even in a joking way. It was like the memory had been wiped, tucked away somewhere unreachable. Years passed. Then, one evening, my sister and I were sitting outside on my balcony, talking about random things. And suddenly, the memory surfaced. I looked at her, my stomach twisting. "Do you remember that night?" She went completely pale. We started recounting the story, every detail vivid, as if it had happened just yesterday. The fog. The silence. The clock. The thing that came out of the ravine. The missing time. Every piece fell into place, untouched by the years that had passed. She got sick to her stomach just talking about it. To this day, we still don't know what happened to us that night. We don't know who or what that thing was. We don't know where those lost hours went. But one thing is certain. Whatever happened on that road, whatever crossed our path, it wasn't from this world. And it still haunts us to this day. When I was a child, strange things would happen to me, things I couldn't explain, things I didn't even realize were unusual at the time. I would hear voices, see figures, and experience moments that didn't make sense. But I was young, too young to understand what was happening, and because of that, I wasn't always afraid. It started with hearing my name being called. Sometimes it was a voice I didn't recognize, other times it sounded like my parents. I would go to them, expecting them to need something, only to be met with confusion. "We didn't call you," they would say, before returning to whatever they were doing. It happened often enough that I started to question it, but not enough to think something was wrong. Then, one day, something changed. I was watching cartoons in the middle of the afternoon when I heard it, my father's voice whispering my name, directly in my ear. It wasn't distant, not muffled or coming from another room. It was as if he had leaned in close and spoken softly to me. But when I turned, there was nothing there. My father was on the other side of the house. Even as a small child, I knew something was wrong. It wasn't possible. Other strange things happened, too. At night, while I lay in bed, I would hear scratching coming from underneath me. My ear would be pressed to the mattress, and I could hear it clearly, a slow, deliberate sound, like a single finger or claw dragging against the wood beneath my bed. I told myself it had to be a mouse, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. It was too loud, too purposeful. It was trying to get my attention. As I got older, I started seeing things that shouldn't have been there. One night, when I was about 8, I saw my brother walk into my mother's room. I needed to ask him something, so I followed. I watched as he turned into the master bathroom, waiting for the light to flick on and the door to close. But it didn't. There was no sound, no movement. I turned to my mother, who was lying in bed watching TV. "Did Matt just come in here?" I asked. She looked at me and shook her head. "No." My stomach twisted. I walked into the bathroom and looked inside. Empty. The window was shut. There was nowhere for anyone to go. I had seen him, or something, go in, but he was never there. There were moments during the day, too. One afternoon, after school, I let the dogs in to cool off. I crawled under the table where one of them was lying down and played with her. Then, out of the corner of my eye, something moved. I turned and saw the phone cord stretching outward, pulled taut in midair as if someone were holding it between two fingers. It stayed like that for only a second before whatever force had grabbed it let go, leaving it to fall limply back against the wall. I froze, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. Silence. Even now, I can't explain why I did what I did next. It was something I never questioned until I was older, something that, looking back, unsettles me in a way I can't fully put into words. When I was very young, I used to hurt myself. I don't know why I did it. I remember feeling pain, but it never bothered me. I remember sitting alone in my room late at night, holding a pair of sharp scissors, snipping small pieces of skin off the top of my hand. I still have a scar on my knuckle from it. Another time, I took a fork and dug into my leg, pressing harder and harder until I was bleeding. I wasn't upset when I did it. I wasn't crying. I wasn't trying to hurt myself in the way that people sometimes do when they're struggling. It was as if something else was compelling me, like it wasn't even my own choice. As I grew older, the experiences faded. The voices stopped. The scratching went away. I stopped seeing things that weren't there. It wasn't until I reached my teenage years that I really thought about what had happened to me as a child. Only then did I realize how unusual it was. Only then did I start to understand that what I had experienced wasn't normal. It wasn't just my imagination. I haven't had another experience since. But sometimes, when I think back on it all, the whispers, the scratching, the figures in the corner of my eye, I wonder if whatever it was ever really left. Or if it's simply waiting. My house has always felt a little different. It's old, built during the war, but as far as I know, no one has ever died there. Still, strange things have happened over the years, things I can't explain, and the feeling that something unseen might be lurking around has never quite gone away. It all started when I was around 9 or 10 years old. One morning, I woke up suddenly at exactly 6 a.m. For some reason, I felt compelled to look toward my bedroom door. Standing there was a tall, dark figure. It wasn't a solid shape, and I couldn't make out any features, but I knew something was there. I froze, staring, unable to move, until eventually it just wasn't there anymore. I convinced myself it was a dream, until it happened again. The same dark figure, in the same spot, at the same time. And then, once more. 3 times, at 6 a.m., I woke up to that figure standing near my door, watching. I told no one about this. It was too strange, and even I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. But then, a few months later, I had a sleepover with some friends. The next morning, one of them casually mentioned seeing something in the night. "I woke up around 6, they said, and saw this really tall, dark figure standing near your door." My stomach dropped. I hadn't told anyone what I had seen, and yet my friend had just described the exact same thing. That's when I knew I wasn't imagining it. Not long after, something else happened. The water tank in the attic leaked into my bedroom, right near the door where I had always seen the figure. The water left brown patches on the ceiling, and when I looked at them, I saw a shape, like a man wearing a hard hat, looking through binoculars. I wasn't the only one who noticed. My mum saw it too. After a few months of quiet, I started to think that whatever had been happening had stopped. But one night, I woke up again in the early hours of the morning, and this time, I felt something touch my shoulder. It wasn't just a feeling. I knew something had physically touched me. I was so terrified that I didn't move a muscle. I just lay there, frozen, waiting for something else to happen. But the moment passed, and eventually, I fell asleep again. At 13, I moved bedrooms and went up to the attic. For a while, I felt much more comfortable there, like I had left whatever was in my old room behind. But then, when I was around 15 or 16, something new started happening. I began hearing voices. It was never clear enough to make out what was being said, just muffled conversations that seemed to come from nowhere. It sounds ridiculous even saying it out loud, but I know what I heard. The voices would start late at night when I was in bed, and I could never figure out where they were coming from. One night, as I was lying there listening, the voices suddenly became loud, as if someone had turned up the volume in an instant. I jumped, startled by the sudden shift, and then, just as quickly, they stopped. The silence was so absolute that it was almost worse than the voices themselves. After that night, I rarely heard them again. By then, my brother was staying in my old room. He never believed me when I told him about the things that had happened there. But then his girlfriend started saying she felt uncomfortable in that room, that she would hear strange noises at night. Even though my brother still brushed it off, I could tell she was unnerved by something. In June 2012, I moved back into my old room when my brother moved out. I was nervous. I remembered everything that had happened there, but I needed the space. At first, nothing happened. I started to think that maybe whatever had been there was gone. But then, a few months later, things started up again. It began with my TV. At exactly 3 a.m., my television would turn on by itself. The remote wasn't near me. It was sitting by the TV, completely untouched. But the screen would light up, flickering, sometimes making strange noises. This happened 3 times, all at 3 a.m. I checked everything. There were no timers set, no technical issues. It just kept happening. Then, my dog started acting strange. Over the summer, we had a lot of building work done downstairs, and ever since then, she refused to sleep down there. She would cry and scratch at the doors, desperate to get out. Even during the day, she would avoid certain areas of the house, tiptoeing across the floor as if she were afraid to touch it. We couldn't figure out why. Lately, it's gotten worse. At night, she scratches at my bedroom door until I let her in. When she finally gets inside, she is trembling and panting, unable to settle. I don't know what she sees or senses, but whatever it is, it terrifies her. And that terrifies me. I don't know what's in my house, or why it's still here after all these years. But I do know one thing: something isn't right. Ever since I was a kid, I'd believed that strange things can happen, things that don't always have a logical explanation. But nothing in my life had prepared me for what happened that night in December 2012. I was walking home after work around 8:30 p.m. It was raining, and I had stopped at Burger King to grab dinner for my girlfriend and me. The streets were mostly empty, and the sound of rain against the pavement was the only thing breaking the silence, until I heard something else. A soft, quiet sobbing. The sound came from a nearby alley, and curiosity got the best of me. When I walked in, I found a little girl curled up in a ball, crying. She looked no older than 7 or 8, with thin, frail arms wrapped around herself. Her clothes were filthy, tattered, and too light for the cold rain. The first thought that crossed my mind was that she was homeless. I knelt down and spoke softly. "Hey, what's wrong?" She lifted her head slightly, her big eyes filled with sadness. My mommy died, she whispered. My heart clenched. I'm so sorry to hear that. Are you okay? She nodded slowly. I'll be fine. But she didn't look fine. She looked cold, hungry, and alone. I couldn't just leave her like that. I took off my jacket and wrapped it around her tiny frame. Then I handed her the 2 cheeseburgers and soda I had bought for myself. She looked at me with wide, grateful eyes as I reached into my wallet and pulled out $30, pressing it into her small hands. Here, I said. I wish I could do more, but this should help a little. She gave me a shy smile. Thank you. I stood up, glancing back at the street. I have to go now, okay? Stay safe. Okay. Bye, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I walked away, feeling unsettled. Something about that little girl tugged at me, but I told myself I had done what I could. When I got home, my girlfriend Annie wasn't back yet, so I put her food in the fridge and decided to take a shower. Just as I was heading to the bathroom, there was a knock at the door. When I opened it, I was stunned. It was the same little girl from the alley. Hey, I said, confused. What are you doing here? She looked up at me with those same wide eyes. I wanted to thank you again. I smiled, still not understanding how she had found my apartment. Do you want to come in? I'll get you something to drink. She nodded. Thanks. I poured her a glass of milk and grabbed some cookies, setting them on the table. Go ahead and eat. I'll be right back. I left her in the kitchen and went to the bathroom, but when I came back, she was gone. The milk and cookies sat untouched. I searched the apartment, checking every room, but she had vanished. The door was still locked. I felt a chill but brushed it off. Maybe she had left while I was in the bathroom, and I just hadn't heard the door. I decided to take my shower and lock the bathroom door behind me, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. As I stood under the water, scrubbing shampoo through my hair, I heard something. Giggling. The sound sent a shiver down my spine. I turned my head quickly, and through the steam, I saw her. She was standing in the bathroom with me, her small figure barely visible in the mist. My breath caught. How did you get in here? She didn't answer. She just giggled again, grabbed my clothes and towel, and ran out the door. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my boxers and ran after her, still dripping wet. I chased her into the living room just as Annie and 5 of her friends walked in. Annie's eyes widened. Why are you running around in your underwear? I barely had time to explain. That girl, the one from the alley, she's here. She took my clothes. They laughed at first, but when I insisted, they helped me search the apartment. We checked every room, every closet, every possible hiding spot. Nothing. Then I walked back into the living room and saw my clothes neatly folded on the couch. My stomach twisted. Did any of you put these here? Everyone shook their heads. I checked the door again. It was still locked. None of us could explain how she had disappeared or how my clothes had ended up on the couch. Eventually, everyone left, and Annie and I tried to put it out of our minds. An hour later, as we were lying in bed, the giggling returned. Annie sat up, looking toward the bedroom doorway. The little girl was standing there, smiling. How did she? Annie whispered, her voice barely audible. Before either of us could move, the girl turned and ran. We jumped out of bed, sprinting after her. We searched every inch of the apartment, but she was gone again. After that night, she kept coming back. Sometimes we'd hear her laugh. Sometimes things would move on their own. She never did anything to harm us, she just played tricks, like a child having fun. But no matter how many times she appeared, we still didn't understand why she had chosen us. And we still don't know where she really came from. That summer in 2011, Nathan and I drove to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, for his sister Barbie's wedding. She was marrying Frank, a shaman who spent his days teaching others how to enhance their psychic abilities. Barbie, once his student, was now training to become a shaman herself. We were eager to meet him, curious about the life he and Barbie shared. Their cabin was nestled deep in the Smoky Mountains. When we arrived, Barbie and some of her friends greeted us outside. Frank sat on the porch in a rocking chair, a cigarette between his fingers. He looked much older in person, possibly in his late 60s or early 70s. Barbie had just turned 21. We knew about the age difference from pictures, but seeing them together in real life was startling. Still, love is unpredictable. The evening passed pleasantly as we caught up with Barbie and got to know Frank. Eventually, guests left, and we settled into the guest room, which shared a wall with Barbie and Frank's bedroom. We were exhausted and ready for sleep, but just as we started to drift off, we heard something strange. It began with muffled crying. At first, I thought it was the sound of a TV, but I remembered there wasn't one in their room. Then the crying escalated into gut-wrenching sobs. Other noises joined in, low growls, whispers, different voices speaking all at once. The sounds were eerie, almost like trying to listen to a chaotic conversation underwater. Nathan heard it too. We lay there in silence, staring at each other, unable to make sense of it. This wasn't a one-time event. Every night we stayed in the cabin, we heard the same haunting chorus. During our visit, Barbie and Frank casually mentioned their connection to the spiritual world and that their home was filled with spirits. But they spoke about it so briefly that Nathan and I didn't feel comfortable sharing what we had been hearing. After 4 nights, our visit ended, and we started the long drive back to Michigan. We were exhausted but relieved to be going home. Everything seemed normal at first. But a few nights later, something strange happened. I was on the phone with Nathan around 2 a.m., lying in bed in my basement bedroom at my parents' house. I was about to hang up when I heard the garage door handle rattle. The door was right above my bedroom, and I knew for a fact I had locked it earlier. My heart pounded as I heard the door open, followed by heavy footsteps on the floor above me. Panic set in. My brother, who worked the night shift, wasn't home, and my parents were asleep upstairs. Who the hell just walked into our house? I grabbed one of my swords, yes, I collect swords, don't judge, and crept up the stairs, whispering to Nathan on the phone. When I reached the kitchen, I saw the garage door was indeed open. I looked out the window. My brother's car wasn't in the driveway. He was still at work. Then, as suddenly as it had opened, the garage door was shut and locked again. I hadn't touched it. My adrenaline kicked in. I bolted up another flight of stairs to my parents' room and shook my dad awake. "Someone's in the house!" I gasped. Dad jumped up, grabbed his gun, and searched the entire house. But when he came back, he looked at me with confusion. "No one's here. Nothing's missing. All the doors are locked." I knew what I had heard. I knew what I had seen. But my parents dismissed it as a nightmare or paranoia. Nathan, still on the phone, listened in shock. I went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. For weeks after that, I woke up around the same time every night, 1:30 or 2 a.m., to the sound of weeping. The crying was unlike anything I had ever heard. It was pure grief, the kind that made your stomach twist. It sounded like a woman mourning the loss of something precious. At first, I thought it was my mom crying upstairs. The vents in my room connected to my parents' room, so I could always hear them talking or watching TV. I rushed up the stairs, expecting to find her in tears. But when I got to her room, she was sound asleep. Confused, I woke her up. "Mom, were you crying?" She shook her head. "No, honey. What's wrong?" I told her what I had heard, but she just told me to pray and go back to bed. The crying continued every night for 3 weeks. The last incident happened just before my wedding. My mom and I were about to leave for last-minute shopping. She was already in the car, waiting for me while I finished getting ready. I was alone in the house. I walked into my closet to grab a scarf when I heard it, clear as day. "Hey!" A man's voice, right next to my ear. I spun around so fast I nearly tripped. There was no one there. My heart pounded as I called out, thinking maybe my dad or brother had come home. But I already knew the answer. I was alone. The fear settled deep in my bones, but I refused to panic. I grabbed my things quickly. Then, just as I was about to leave my closet, I heard another sound. Heavy breathing. Deep, guttural, like an animal. That was enough. I ran up the stairs, threw myself into the car, and slammed the door shut. My mom barely had time to ask what was wrong before I told her to drive. I was shaking the whole way to the store. After my wedding, I moved out, and the strange occurrences stopped. My parents never experienced anything before I went to Barbie's house, and nothing happened after I left. I still believe something followed me back from Tennessee. Maybe one of those spirits from Barbie and Frank's cabin had latched onto me. Maybe it wanted attention. Maybe it wanted something more. Whatever it was, I was just grateful that, once I moved out, it left me alone. But sometimes, late at night, I still wonder, did it really leave? Or is it just waiting for the right moment to return? We spend our summers and many weekends throughout the year at an old house near Cape May. It's the oldest house in town, dating back to when the area was just a small seaside village. Dorothy, who took care of it, kept it just as it was when it was first built. She knew every detail about the house, but there were a few things she never quite liked, and my family and I had to learn that the hard way. The first time I was there, I was just a few days old. I never thought about anything unusual in the house until I overheard Dorothy talking to my parents when I was 5. Over the years, I came to understand that there were 6 distinct ghosts that haunted the house and its surroundings. Many people don't believe me when I tell them, especially about Ronnie, but I know what I've seen. Sarah was a 12-year-old Spanish girl, the first ghost I ever noticed. I was 5 when I first saw strands of long black hair in the house, which was odd because Dorothy always kept everything spotless. My first full encounter with her happened when I was 7. I was alone upstairs, looking out onto the second-floor balcony when, from the corner of my eye, I saw a figure. A white gown, long black hair. When I turned to the mirror, she was standing right behind me. I yelled, and she vanished. My family dismissed it as my imagination, but Dorothy believed me. She told me Sarah was quite a pleasant phantom. That night, my siblings and I pushed our beds together, piling up with pillows and blankets to feel safe. Over time, Sarah appeared to me often. My older brother John saw her a few times as well. She liked to hum, and once during a party, everyone fell silent as they heard her humming. On Christmas Eve, she appeared briefly in front of the fire before disappearing. Sarah was a kind spirit. When we investigated the house's history, we found records of her. She was likely an orphan of Spanish or Italian descent who was taken in as a servant. The family treated her poorly, and she died of disease at just 12 years old. No one knows what became of her body. Thomas, the only adult ghost in the house, was not as kind. For years, we called him Willard because Dorothy couldn't remember his real name. Our first encounter with him happened a few days after I first saw Sarah. My little sister, Florentina, got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom but came back screaming. She said she felt something following her and, when she turned around, saw the shadow of a tall man with glowing blue eyes. We later discovered that Willard was actually Thomas Whittier, the older brother of Ronnie. He had a history of severe anger issues and likely died long before Dorothy was born. He often lingered in the upstairs hallway, and his husky whispers terrified me. To this day, I can't walk through that hallway alone at night. Ronnie was a little boy, about 4 or 5 years old, who appeared to my younger sister, Valentina, in the front yard. One day, while most of our family was at the beach, she stayed home with Dorothy. That evening, she told my mother she had played with a boy named Ronnie. At first, everyone assumed he was a neighbor's child. But when Dorothy asked for details, Valentina described a boy with light blonde hair and blue eyes wearing strange old-fashioned clothes. Dorothy turned pale. She later told my parents that she had played with a similar child when she was young, only to realize he was a ghost. Ronnie often whispered to Valentina before leaving, saying, "Don't tell anyone that the little, offensive term, girl is in the woodpile." He was referring to the history of runaway slaves hiding in the nearby swamp. One day, he told Valentina she looked like a high yellow, an old term for light-skinned black people, which convinced my parents that she had been talking to a ghost from the past. Our research revealed his real name was Lucas Whittier, born in 1855 and passing away in 1936. Dorothy vaguely remembered him as an old man but wasn't sure if he was part of her family or ours. The red-haired girl, always dressed nicely with a bow in her fiery hair, often appeared alongside Ronnie. Valentina said she loved picking flowers, jumping rope, and playing tag. Ronnie never called her by name, only Ginger Girl. Our investigation uncovered a photograph of her as a teenager. Most of the record had been damaged, but we learned she was one of Ronnie's closest friends and had died around 1870. George was a ghost none of us had ever seen, but we often heard him whispering about being adopted and asking where his parents were. We assumed he was an orphan who had briefly lived in the house when the state placed wards there in the 1870s. Whenever books or objects mysteriously moved, we blamed George. He seemed to favor books meant for children around 10 to 13 years old, leading us to believe he was about that age when he died. The little black girl appeared only once. It happened the summer after Valentina first met Ronnie and the red-haired girl. My friend and I watched as Valentina played with the ghost children. Just as Ronnie whispered his usual farewell about the girl in the woodpile, we saw her, a small black girl, no older than 4. It lasted only a split second, but both of us saw her. We turned pale, exchanged terrified looks, and ran inside. Even though we had gotten used to the other ghosts, seeing a new one was shocking. No one else has seen her since, but we believe she is still there, waiting. It's rare for ghosts to make themselves known as freely as they do in our beach house. Most of them are harmless, and some even feel like old friends. Living with them has become part of our summers, and while not everyone believes us, we know what we've seen. These spirits remain, their stories intertwined with the history of the house, whispering their secrets to those willing to listen. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It's an old, beautiful house with a new den added to the original structure. My best friend Jen and I had traveled to America together and stayed in the same house, sharing the den. It was a spacious room where we each had our own bed, cupboard, and TV. Most of our days off were spent in there, watching TV, relaxing, and simply enjoying our time together. About 2 months into our stay, strange things began to happen. Both Jen and I are sensitive to the spirit world, empaths who have felt and heard spirits for most of our lives. Yet neither of us had ever seen one. One evening, we were up late watching a TV series. It was close to midnight when we heard a strange scratching sound coming from one of the corners of the room. At first, we dismissed it as an animal, perhaps a possum, a skunk, or a groundhog. It went on for quite a while before fading away. 2 nights later, Jen was fast asleep while I lay awake, feeling uneasy. There was a discomfort in the air, a heaviness I couldn't explain. Then, the scratching sound returned, this time much louder, filling the room. I quickly woke Jen, and she heard it too. We sat there, frozen in fear, as the noise slowly faded away. Yet, the uneasy feeling lingered, pressing down on us like something unseen was watching. I still don't know if the scratching was from an animal or something else, but I've never been able to explain the fear we felt that night. Not long after, something even stranger happened. I was fast asleep when I woke suddenly, startled by a shadowy figure standing near my bed. It was dark, but I could make out its shape in the dim light. My heart pounded so hard I couldn't even scream. I wanted to believe I was dreaming, but it felt too real. The next day, Jen asked why I had been standing next to her bed. She thought I was sleepwalking again and ignored it, going back to sleep. But I told her I was sure I hadn't left my bed that night. Maybe I did sleepwalk, but something about it felt different, like the shadow I saw wasn't me. Then came the experiences that truly confirmed something was in the house with us. One night, I was woken by what felt like someone breathing in my ear. It was soft but distinct. Then I heard the voices of two little girls speaking in unison. "She can hear us," they said, their voices filled with excitement. They sounded so close, yet I saw nothing. Though I wasn't as terrified as before, a deep unease settled inside me. Another night, I was asleep when I suddenly felt something tickling my feet. I always sleep with my feet outside the blankets since they get warm, and they're incredibly ticklish. But I knew there was no one else in the room who could have done it. One evening, Jen was in the main house making coffee. Our boss, his wife, and their child were already asleep. I was in our den, talking to my mom on the phone. Suddenly, Jen walked in looking as pale as a sheet. I immediately ended the call and rushed over, asking what was wrong. She told me she had seen a dark figure glide past the kitchen window. The problem? The window was too high for a normal person to walk past, even for someone tall. Besides, the way the house was built, there was a protruding wall in that direction. No person could have walked there without running straight into it. She had already felt uneasy before seeing the figure, but that moment left her shaking. That's when we realized there were more than just one or two spirits with us. One presence filled the room with dread, while the other, what I assumed were the little girls, felt lighter, almost playful. The last major experience happened to Jen. She woke up around 2 a.m. with the unsettling feeling of being watched. Sitting up, she scanned the room but saw nothing, so she lay back down, trying to calm herself. Then she heard it, someone picking up the books and sandpaper sheets that were resting on the fireplace ledge near my bed. She listened in the dark as they were lifted, held for a moment, and then dropped back down as if someone had tossed them in frustration. Terrified, she immediately woke me up. I was too exhausted to have noticed anything, but after she told me what happened, we both lay there, wide awake, too afraid to sleep. Throughout the rest of our stay, we continued to hear things shifting in the night. Strange noises echoed through the den, objects moved on their own, and that lingering feeling of being watched never fully left. After 6 months, our contract ended, and we left the house. We never experienced anything like it again. Even now, I wonder about the little girls. Did they need help? Were they trying to tell us something? I regret not being brave enough to communicate with them. And what about the dark figure Jen saw outside the kitchen? If our part of the house was newly built, where did these spirits come from? Some questions remain unanswered. But one thing I do know, something or someone was in that house with us. And we will never forget it. After moving to Riga through marriage, my husband and I settled into an apartment where he had been living for over 5 years. It was a simple place, familiar to him, but new to me. He wasn't particularly spiritual at home, though he would visit the temple occasionally. His connection to faith was quiet, something he kept to himself. But for me, spirituality was woven into my daily life. I prayed regularly, chanted, and listened to spiritual songs, creating an atmosphere that felt warm and peaceful to me. I believed that a home should be filled with positive energy, so I made sure to practice my faith every day. At first, everything seemed normal. Life moved on as expected, with the usual adjustments that come with living in a new place. But not long after I started my spiritual routine, small, strange things began happening. At first, they were subtle, so subtle that I wondered if I was imagining them. The lid of a cooking pan moved on its own, shifting slightly when no one was near it. Objects would fall from shelves unexpectedly, sometimes in rooms where no one had been. The TV began turning on by itself, always at odd moments, like when someone entered the house or stepped into a certain room. These were things we could brush off, moments that made us pause but not panic. Then, the disturbances grew. Hooks on the walls fell randomly, especially when I was praying or talking about spiritual matters. The timing was unsettling. It wasn't just a coincidence, it felt deliberate. My husband, who had never experienced anything unusual in the apartment before, started noticing these things too. He would watch as something small but impossible happened, his usual skepticism faltering. It was as though something invisible was reacting to my presence, responding in a way that was both quiet and insistent. The most unusual thing was our gaming console. It would vibrate on its own, even when it wasn't in use. This didn't happen randomly. It always seemed to occur when I was chanting or discussing God. The first time, we ignored it, assuming it was some sort of electrical issue. But then it happened again. And again. It was impossible to explain. The feeling in the apartment began to shift. Some days, nothing would happen, and everything felt normal. Other days, there was a heaviness in the air, an unspoken tension that neither of us wanted to acknowledge. There were moments that felt like warnings. Objects would fall just as we realized the window had been left open, as if something was reminding us to close it. Other times, we would check the stove and find it on, even though we were certain we had turned it off. At first, we told ourselves that we were just being forgetful. But when it kept happening, we had to consider the possibility that it wasn't us at all. The disturbances were unpredictable, but they seemed to intensify over time. They followed a pattern, one that made us question whether this was truly just coincidence. It was becoming harder to ignore. When we started looking for a new home, the activity in the apartment escalated. It was as if something knew we were planning to leave and wanted to stop us. Every time we sat down to discuss our move, objects would shift or fall nearby. It didn't matter if we whispered about it or spoke openly, the reaction was the same. We could feel an unseen presence asserting itself, making itself known in a way that was impossible to dismiss. As this continued, we began feeling watched. It wasn't just a passing sensation but a deep, lingering awareness that we were not alone. Lights flickered unexpectedly. Shadows moved in places where no one was standing. There were moments when we felt an energy pressing down on us, something unseen but undeniably there. We could no longer talk freely about God or our faith without experiencing some kind of reaction. It was as if something in the apartment was resisting the presence of spirituality, pushing back against the peace we were trying to create. The emotional toll was undeniable. We started losing sleep, waking up feeling restless and uneasy. The apartment no longer felt like a home, it felt like a place we were trapped in. Even the small comforts we used to enjoy no longer brought us peace. There was an unshakable sense that something was wrong, something beyond what we could explain. For a week, we tried to avoid doing anything that might trigger another disturbance. We stopped chanting. We stopped playing spiritual music. We stopped praying aloud. We wanted to see if the energy in the apartment would settle. But instead of feeling relief, we felt worse. The silence was heavy, oppressive. It felt like we had surrendered, and whatever was in the apartment had won. Each day, the urgency to leave grew stronger. We started to feel like we were being held back, as if something was preventing us from moving forward. We thought about reaching out to paranormal investigators, hoping they could help us understand what was happening. But there were no experts available in our area. We were on our own. In the end, we decided that the best thing we could do was leave. We needed to move, not just for our comfort but for our peace of mind. But we wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Before settling into our new home, we would spiritually cleanse it, ensuring that whatever had attached itself to our old apartment would not follow us. As for the apartment we were leaving behind, we chose not to interfere with whatever presence remained there. We did not challenge it. We did not provoke it. We simply walked away, hoping that by leaving it undisturbed, we could finally be free. Now, as we prepare for our new beginning, we carry hope with us. We look forward to a home where we can rest without fear, where we can continue our spiritual journey without interruption. We do not know exactly what we encountered in that apartment, but we know one thing for certain: it was time to leave. Last fall, 2 of my friends and I made a decision that would change our lives in ways we never expected. To protect their identities, I will call them Andrea and Matthew. We had always been drawn to stories of strange and haunted places, but nothing could have prepared us for what we were about to experience. We decided to visit a small town in Ohio called Port Washington, a place with a dark reputation. Stories of secret gatherings, witchcraft, and unexplained sacrifices had surrounded this area for years. Some claimed to have seen evidence of animal sacrifices, with decapitated bodies left at the base of the winding staircase, and their heads placed at the top. Others whispered about figures hidden in the shadows, their presence felt but never truly seen. The police had been called to the area many times, yet every time they arrived, it was as if the strange happenings had simply vanished, as if the authorities themselves were reluctant to acknowledge the history of that road. That evening, we set out on our journey, completely unaware of the nightmare we were about to walk into. It was around 4 p.m. when we arrived, and the sun was already starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the landscape. The winding staircase was infamous, yet no one truly knew its origins, why it was built, why people continued to have terrifying experiences there, and why it remained open to the public despite its reputation. As we reached the bottom of the hill, we quickly realized the danger of what we were about to do. The road leading up was narrow, with only one way up and one way down. If a car came toward us while we were climbing, there would be no escape. The road was bordered by steep drop-offs, jagged rocks waiting below like open jaws. One wrong move, one slip of the wheel, and we would be gone, lost to the darkness, with no one to find us for hours. Despite every warning sign, we pressed forward. As Andrea drove up the winding path, an uneasy feeling settled over us. It was more than fear. It was something oppressive, something that felt like it was pushing in from all sides. The car seemed smaller, the air thinner. The deeper we went, the more suffocating it became. Then the symptoms started. First, headaches, then nausea. A deep sense of sadness came over me, a weight in my chest that made it hard to breathe. I wanted to cry, though I couldn't explain why. Matthew, usually calm, grew agitated and paranoid. He kept looking over his shoulder, convinced that something was following us. Andrea, normally chatty, fell completely silent. Her face was emotionless, like she wasn't even there anymore. It was as if something had wiped away the conversation we had just been having, leaving behind an empty shell. At the top of the hill, we decided to get out of the car. To reach the peak, we had to take an abandoned walkway that had long been closed to the public. We knew we weren't supposed to be there. If we got caught, the consequences would be serious. But curiosity pulled us forward. As we walked deeper into the woods, the silence became suffocating. Not a single bird chirped, not a leaf rustled in the breeze. The only sounds were our footsteps crunching against the ground and our own unsteady breathing. It was unnatural. I knew enough about survival to understand that when nature goes silent, something is wrong. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but I couldn't. None of us could. After nearly an hour, we finally reached the top. That's when Andrea saw it first. Her eyes went wide, scanning the darkness until we all saw it too. Hanging from the dense trees around us were white hoods, KKK hoods, nailed into the trunks in a perfect circle. At the center of the circle was an old fire pit, filled with years of ashes, soot, and charred wood. We didn't want to know what else had been burned there. The air was thick, heavy with something unspoken, something evil. It clung to us, wrapping around our skin like an invisible fog. The realization of where we were, what we had stumbled into, sent terror racing through our veins. We didn't speak. We didn't hesitate. We turned and ran. Going up had taken an hour, but going down was a race against something unseen. Matthew ran ahead, his feet barely touching the ground. Andrea was even farther ahead, moving faster than I thought possible. The whole way down, it felt like we were being watched, like something had latched onto us, digging into the darkest parts of our minds. Then, the unthinkable happened. Andrea, who had been leading the way, reached the car first. Instead of waiting for us, she got in and sped off, leaving Matthew and me stranded. For a moment, I couldn't believe it. She was gone. We were alone. We had no choice but to keep moving. The fear was like a living thing, coiling around us as we pushed forward. The road stretched endlessly, twisting and turning, each bend making it feel like we would never reach the bottom. My legs ached, my chest burned, but we couldn't stop. Something was behind us. We couldn't see it, but we could feel it. The way you feel a shadow at your back when you know you're being followed. Then Matthew stopped. Just ahead, near the end of the road, something was blocking the path. For a brief, fleeting second, we thought it was Andrea's car, that she had come back for us. Relief almost reached me, until I looked closer. It wasn't a car. A dark, hazy figure crouched low to the ground, moving toward us like it was crawling. The air around it shimmered, like heat waves rising from pavement in the summer. But it wasn't heat. It was something else. Something alive. Matthew turned and ran. I was frozen. The figure swelled, growing taller, pulsing like it was breathing. The moment stretched, cold dread washing over me, draining the life from my limbs. It was like it was feeding on my fear, pulling every ounce of light from me. Then, headlights appeared at the end of the road. Matthew came barreling back, screaming that he could see a car. As the light washed over the figure, it shifted, changing shape. It looked like a deer, but it wasn't. It was too thin, too twisted. Then it moved, darting off the road and disappearing over the cliff's edge. Andrea had returned. She saw it too. We ran to the edge, shining our flashlights down, but there was nothing. No body. No movement. Just mist curling through the darkness, fading as if whatever had been there had never existed at all. The drive home was silent. The next day, when I tried to talk about what had happened, neither Andrea nor Matthew wanted to discuss it. It was like they wanted to erase it from their memories. And strangely enough, just days later, we all went our separate ways. Years of friendship unraveled overnight, like whatever we had encountered had reached into our lives and torn us apart. I still have nightmares. I see that winding road, stretching into endless darkness. I hear the silence, heavy and unnatural. And in the distance, something is waiting, watching. I never expected people to believe me. The story seems too unreal, too exaggerated. But I've done my research. Others have reported the same things: shadowy figures, creatures that disappear into the cliffs, an overwhelming sense of dread that lingers long after you leave. Whatever lives on the winding staircase, whatever force is left behind from the darkness of the past, it does not forget those who trespass. The Sankabetsu Seiki incident was one of the worst animal attacks in Japan's history. It happened between December 9th and December 14th, 1915, in Rokuzenzawa, a small village in Hokkaido. A massive brown bear attacked twice, killing 7 people, including an unborn child, and injuring 3 others before it was finally shot by a hunter. The bear stood nearly 2.7 meters tall and weighed around 340 kilograms. Even though villagers had hired 2 skilled Matagi hunters due to increasing bear attacks on crops, this tragedy unfolded in a way no one had imagined. But this is not a story about a killer bear hunting people, nor is it about a ghostly creature roaming the land. Instead, it is about the lingering atmosphere of that place, a place marked by a tragedy so deep that even after a century, the echoes of that fear still seem to exist. I visited the Sankabetsu Bear Museum, which stands where the incident took place. The museum is not just a collection of exhibits, it is a memorial, a place that carries the weight of history. It was off-season when I visited, and I wouldn't have been there at all if it weren't for an old friend who invited me. He is a bear hazard ranger from Europe, someone who specializes in tracking and hunting bears. Over his career, he had hunted 38 of them. I had never read much about the incident, nor did I know the details before going. I was simply following my friend to the site. "Ryujin, this house is where the first victims were attacked," my friend said as we stood outside. A lonely house stood before us. Of course, it was only a replica of the original one, which had been destroyed by the bear nearly a century ago. "If this is the house, it should be preserved for future generations," I said, though I noted that it looked too new. "It's a relic, of course," my friend replied with a small chuckle. There were bear warning signs posted all around the area. Just beyond the wooden fences stretched a wild forest, untamed and filled with traces of brown bears. The museum's owner, an elderly Matagi hunter, had spent his life understanding these creatures. Now, with age catching up to him, he remained as a guardian of this place, preserving the story for those who came to learn. The museum was quiet that day, eerily so. As we walked, the owner approached us and spoke in Japanese. Though I am hundreds of years away from the victims, as a Matagi, I feel deep sorrow for letting the bear reach the village. You, young man, he looked at me. You are a foreigner, but I can see that you feel the weight of the victims too. At first, I didn't quite understand what he meant. But my friend Aya had noticed something that even I hadn't. I kept returning to the replica of the stove, the very spot where the pregnant woman had pleaded for her unborn child's life. Her cries had gone unheard as the bear mercilessly tore her apart. It was as though I could feel her anguish, the helplessness she must have experienced in those final moments. I had no children of my own, yet I felt a sorrow I couldn't explain. My friend placed a comforting hand on my shoulder and led me toward the exit. Then we heard it, a sharp crack from the walls around us. The old hunter tensed, listening carefully. He assumed it was an animal and told us to stay inside. Taking his whipstick, a long bamboo rod with a short whip at the end, he stepped outside. Curiosity got the best of me, and I peeked through the door. The old man waved his stick, striking the treetops, flashing a strong light into the surrounding bushes. He scanned the area carefully, but whatever had made the noise was nowhere to be found. My friend, with his years of experience tracking predators, said he could smell something. A beast, not a herbivore. Probably a carnivore, he muttered. Maybe a wild bear. But the old Matagi outside found no tracks, no signs of an animal at all. For a moment, the room felt different. The air was thick with something unspoken, like the kind of silence in a horror film before the monster appears. The museum, though unchanged, suddenly seemed smaller, suffocating. Then we heard it, a sound, almost like a sharp gasp. A hissing breath. It lasted only a second, but we all heard it. Another crack. The old hunter's flashlight swept the trees again, and this time, he paused. His expression changed slightly, as if something had just clicked in his mind. He nodded to himself, murmuring something under his breath. It was a quiet acknowledgement, the kind you hear in mystery films when a character suddenly understands something no one else does. But he didn't tell us what he saw. That night, I left and returned home since there were no hotels nearby. My friend, however, stayed behind to talk with the museum owner. Later, he told me that the man had heard many ghost stories from visitors, some exaggerated, but some experiences even he couldn't explain. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still lingering in that place. Not the spirits of the adults, but the unborn child, the one who never had a chance to live. In Japanese beliefs, when an unborn child's soul is not properly honored, it becomes a mizuko, a water spirit, forever restless. Perhaps that child's sorrow still remained, lost in time, echoing in the cold air of the Sankabetsu forest. Maybe the weight of the past had left something behind, something unseen but deeply felt. Or maybe, in places where tragedy has carved its name into history, the past never truly fades. It started slowly, small strange things that I ignored at first. But about 18 months ago, I started to believe something was truly wrong. When my mom and I moved into our new apartment, things seemed fine. Then, on the third day, a strong smell of paint thinner filled the air. Maintenance was called, and they opened all the windows, checking for leaks in our apartment and the neighbors, but nothing was found. Strangely, when I returned home later that day, I couldn't smell anything at all. It was as if it had never happened. Then, one evening, I came home from work. I had only 2 jackets for work. One was already dirty, so I threw it in the washer as soon as I walked in. I took off the jacket I had been wearing, intending to wash it next, but suddenly it was gone. My keys and work badge were in the pocket. I searched everywhere, getting more and more frustrated, but I was the only one in the apartment. 2 weeks later, my badge and keys turned up on the ironing table. That same day, I found the missing jacket there too, clean. I assumed my mom had found it, but she had no idea what I was talking about. Small things kept happening. My car stereo would turn off on its own, which didn't bother me much. I just pressed the button to turn it back on. Then my car battery died. I checked everything, making sure no lights or electronics had been left on. Nothing. The battery refused to charge, and I had to replace it. One night, I went to a party and left around 2 a.m. It was snowing hard, and visibility was terrible. I stopped at a gas station, took my time driving home, and when I finally pulled into the driveway, my back tire was completely flat. It was strange. I hadn't noticed anything wrong on the drive home. How could I have been driving on a flat without feeling it? In the living room one afternoon, I was shaping my eyebrows, with the TV on for background noise. Suddenly, the power went out. I checked outside. No wind, no storm. But when I walked into the kitchen, the microwave was still on. The lights in the bedrooms were working too. Only the area where I was sitting had lost power. I figured it was an electrical issue, and used an extension cord to plug in the TV. When my mom's husband came home, he checked the breaker box. The living room switch had been flipped off. He said it was nothing unusual, but it didn't feel right to me. Then there were the pigeons. One day, I stepped onto the balcony for a smoke and noticed 2 pigeons. One looked healthy, perched in the far corner. The other seemed sickly, barely moving. I ignored it, assuming it was just a bird passing through. The next day, I went out for a smoke again. The healthy pigeon was still in the exact same spot, but the sick one had moved slightly, closer to the other corner. Its feathers were spread out in an unnatural way. The day after that, the healthy pigeon remained in place, unmoving, while the sickly one had shifted again, this time right behind the plant vase where I usually flicked my ashes. By the 4th day, the pattern was clear. The sick pigeon was making its way, corner by corner, toward the spot where I stood. A deep sense of unease washed over me. I had this overwhelming feeling that if it reached the first corner where the healthy pigeon sat, something bad was going to happen. I had to do something. I called my younger sister. She believed in curses and the supernatural, so I knew she'd understand. Her husband contacted a psychic they had known for a while, and he agreed to check the cards for me. The message was clear. I needed help, immediately. The psychic told my sister that the birds were a final warning, that I had ignored many other signs before this. He said there was a dark spirit attached to me, a shadow that had been with me for a long time. It wouldn't stop until I was completely broken, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. It would isolate me, ruin my relationships, and push me to the edge. And if I didn't do something soon, it would make sure I didn't survive. I met with him the next day. He had me bathe in herbs for 3 nights and light a special candle for protection. For a while, the strange occurrences stopped, and I felt better. But something still felt off. Months later, I met another clairvoyant over the phone. She confirmed my worst fear. The spirit had never left. It had simply hidden itself, growing stronger, waiting for the right moment. She told me that if I didn't find someone strong enough to remove it, it would become undetectable, impossible to remove. She taught me a cleansing ritual using eggs, which seemed to help. Every time I did it, I felt lighter. Then, just before Valentine's Day, I went back to my mom's apartment to pick up a few things. It was late, around midnight. As soon as I stepped inside, I froze. A white dove lay dead on the floor near the entrance. Its head was smashed. I knew it was a message. I was at my lowest point, emotionally drained and exhausted. Every week, something worse happened. I found a psychic medium and had her read my tarot cards. She told me my suffering wasn't random. It was the result of black magic. Someone had used blood magic against me. She also said I had a special energy, a light that negative spirits craved. She confirmed something else. I had nearly died. She told me about my sister's car accident. That night, I was supposed to go with them. My sister later told me that she saw bright lights flashing behind her before the crash. so bright she thought it was another car. But the psychic told me it wasn't headlights. It was me. My energy, trying to warn her. The sleep paralysis I had suffered for years? She told me it wasn't just sleep paralysis. The spirits were drawn to me, draining me. They even physically dragged me in my sleep. She helped me with cleansings, prayers, and protective rituals. Things got better. I was promoted at work. My relationships improved. Life finally felt normal. But only for a month. The presence came back. I started seeing shadows again. I would catch glimpses of something moving past the light in my living room. I was never alone, even in my own home. Desperate, I searched for answers. I found a botanica, a shop specializing in spiritual items. A woman there told me something chilling. When my mother was pregnant, my father had a mistress. The woman realized my mom would always be the official wife, so she cursed her. But instead of affecting my mother, it latched onto me. The entity wasn't human. It wasn't purely evil, but it wasn't good either. It had been waiting for me to become pregnant, so it could take over my unborn child. She told me that nothing I did would work. No one could get rid of it but me. And worse, it was laughing at all my attempts to banish it. She said I had two choices. I could make a pact, agreeing to let it stay as long as it didn't harm my loved ones. Or I could go through an exorcism, an extreme ritual requiring 3 generations of my family. But there was a risk, either my mother or I could die in the process. I never went back. I turned to my healer again. She offered to have a priest perform an exorcism, but when the day came, no priest arrived. Instead, she prayed over me. In the end, she told me I wasn't possessed, but she didn't know why she felt so much anger when I was near her. I still see the shadows. I still feel the presence. And I don't know how to make it leave. When I was born, my family moved from London to an old house near King's Lynn, which was nearly 120 years old at the time. It was a big, beautiful home with a huge backyard and a chicken shed where we kept chickens for eggs. The house was in a quiet area, with a lane that led to a farmer's paddocks. There were lots of kids around to play with, and the space felt endless. It was a perfect place for a child to grow up. Not long after we settled in, my parents realized we were not alone in the house. The first sign came in a way no one could have expected. A ghost saved my life. One morning, my mother put me down for a nap around 10 and went to take a shower in the bathroom across the hall. She left the door open just a little so she could hear if I cried. As she was washing her hair, she suddenly heard doors opening and closing along the hallway, one after another, slamming back and forth. Before she could react, she heard a woman's voice, calm but urgent, telling her to check on the baby right away. She froze, unsure of what was happening. She had left all the doors shut except mine. She was home alone, and my 2 brothers were playing at the neighbor's house. My father was at work miles away. There was no one else in the house. The voice came again, even more insistent, telling her to hurry. That was enough to send her running into the hallway. Every door in the house now stood wide open, even though she was certain they had been closed just moments before. My bedroom door was slightly ajar, swinging on its hinges as if it had just been pushed. She rushed in and looked at my cot. Her heart nearly stopped when she saw me. Somehow, my head had slipped between the mattress and the solid side of the cot, my tiny face pressed tightly against the wood. I wasn't breathing. She screamed, grabbed me, and lifted the mattress slightly to free my head. If she had been even a few seconds later, I would not have survived. She immediately called my father, who rushed home, and they took me to the hospital. The doctors checked me over, and by some miracle, I was fine. The next day, I was sent home, perfectly healthy, as if nothing had happened. My mother, though, never forgot the voice that had saved me. She always believed that a spirit in the house had stepped in to warn her. After that, the house never felt empty. As I grew older, my mother told me about other ghosts that had been in our home. Some I remember myself, and others are stories my family passed down. We lived there until I was 4, and in those few years, there were enough strange experiences to last a lifetime. There was a little boy in the backyard. My brothers always spoke of him. He looked about 8 or 9, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, playing with a small ball. He never spoke, but he would watch them with a sad expression. Sometimes, they said they could see tears on his cheeks. He would appear and disappear without warning, always alone, always looking lost. Then there was the ghost cat. We already had 2 cats, Miz and Flax, and our dog Lassie, but this one was different. It was black and white with a tuft of fur sticking up on its head, so we called it Punk. It never moved, never ate, and never left. It would simply appear, curled up as if asleep, in the middle of the kitchen or the TV room. If someone tried to step over it, it would vanish. There was also the woman at the gate. She would appear at the entrance and walk toward the house, her dress from the 1920s swaying with each step. But just as she reached the door, she would disappear. It happened over and over again, every few minutes for about 2 hours before stopping. She never spoke, never knocked, never acknowledged anyone watching her. Once, my grandmother came to visit, and after seeing the woman outside, she refused to stay overnight. The strangest thing was the lights. Every night, like clockwork, the kitchen and TV room lights would turn on and off, one after the other. Then, footsteps would echo through the hallway, slow and heavy, as if someone was dragging themselves toward the bedroom. They would stop just before reaching the door, and then everything would go silent. It was always the same pattern, repeating a few times each night. No one ever felt threatened, but there was always the feeling that something unseen was watching. My mother, who has always been spiritually sensitive, believed that some of the spirits were tied to the house, while others were just passing through. That house near King's Lynn was filled with childhood happiness, but also with whispers in the dark, footsteps in empty halls, and unseen eyes watching from the shadows. I lived with my ex-boyfriend in his condo, and one night, we had some friends over for drinks. These were originally his friends, but over time, they became my friends as well. The night started off relaxed and fun, but things took a turn when I read an SMS from his ex-girlfriend. She was the one he had gotten pregnant before we became a couple, though he only found out about the pregnancy in the early months of our relationship. I wasn't sure how to react. I knew they had some sort of understanding between them, and even though I tried to act normal, I felt a wave of emotions I couldn't hold back. Frustrated and upset, I started a fight. Instead of staying inside, I ran out and sat by the back stairs, crying. One of his friend's girlfriends came after me, comforting me until I calmed down. Eventually, I reconciled with my ex, and we carried on with our night, trying to forget the earlier tension. At some point I got drowsy from the drinks and emotions, and before I knew it, I had dozed off. I vaguely remember waking up for a brief moment when I heard the door close. His friends were leaving, and he was walking them down to the jeepney stop. I glanced out from the balcony, watching them go, then drifted back to sleep. I didn't notice when he returned, but I faintly woke up again, saw him beside me, and realized the lights were already off. Feeling safe, I relaxed, expecting a good night's sleep. But something else had other plans. A strange sensation stirred me from my sleep. It was faint at first, like the soft touch of hair brushing against my feet. At first I ignored it, thinking it was nothing, but then it kept happening, delicate strands of something sweeping over my skin. Confused and uneasy, I dared to open my eyes and look. And that's when I saw her. A small woman in a white dress was sitting at the foot of the bed, hugging her legs. Her long, wavy, or maybe curly, hair cascaded over her knees, and it was her hair that had been grazing against my feet. My body tensed in pure terror. I wanted to pull my legs away, to sit up, to scream, but I couldn't move. It felt as though something heavy was pressing down on me, keeping me frozen in place. Desperate, I gathered whatever strength I had left, and shook my ex-boyfriend awake. He groggily sat up, annoyed by my panic, and asked what was wrong. I whispered, barely able to speak, that there was someone sitting at my feet. He frowned, telling me it was just a bad dream, that I was imagining things. But then it happened. We both felt it. Something jumped across us. It didn't touch us, but we could feel the weight of it as it leaped from my feet, over the bed, and landed on the couch beside us. Then, within seconds, we heard the sound of running footsteps heading toward the bathroom. The room fell into a stunned silence. His annoyed expression vanished, replaced by alarm. He sat there, frozen for a few moments, before he reacted. Without saying a word, he got up and rushed to the bathroom, determined to catch whatever it was. But when he returned, his face was pale. He looked at me, eyes wide with disbelief. "There's no one there," he said. Before the jump, he had tried to convince me that it was just his sister, or maybe her boyfriend. But now, as he stood there, he realized what I had been trying to tell him all along. His sister wasn't even home. In fact, we were the only two people in the unit. Still shaken, he checked his sister's bed just to be sure, but as expected, she wasn't there. We were completely alone. Neither of us knew what to say. Instead, he laid back down beside me, and without hesitation, we started praying together. He held my legs against his waist, gripping them firmly as if to keep me safe in case whatever it was decided to come back. Neither of us slept peacefully that night. When I was little, my great-grandfather had already passed away years before I was born. His pictures had been replaced in the house, so I had never seen what he looked like. Our house was right across from my grandmother's, and surrounding both homes was a large open field where I often played. My grandmother would watch me either from her living room window, or while sitting on the porch. She noticed something strange. More than once, she saw me talking to myself, looking up as if I were speaking to someone right in front of me. One day, she finally asked, "Who are you talking to out there?" I don't remember exactly what I told her, but whatever it was, it made it clear that I wasn't just talking to myself. I was speaking to someone. Later that week, she pulled out an old photo album, and without her saying a word, I pointed at a picture of my great-grandfather and told her that he was the one I talked to in the field. I don't remember those moments, but there is something that has stuck with me since childhood. It's more of a mental image, a memory I can't quite place, and I've never been able to figure out if it was something I actually saw or just a dream. In this image, I'm sitting cross-legged in front of a window in our house across from my grandmother's. I'm looking out into the field, the very same spot where my mother's house stands now. And there, in the middle of that field, stands a man. He's not moving, not waving, not smiling. Just standing with his hands at his sides, staring at me with a blank expression. I've tried for years to understand if this was real or just my imagination, but in my heart, I feel like it was my great-grandfather. When I was 13, my mom was taking night classes at the local college, so my younger sister, who was 5 years younger than me, and I were home alone. That night, we were both in my bedroom when we heard loud, heavy footsteps in the laundry room. The sound of a light switch flipping on followed. My sister and I froze, staring at each other in pure terror before locking my bedroom door and calling my mom. I was frantic, telling her that I thought someone had broken in. Instead of calling the police, she contacted my grandfather, who rushed over with a gun in hand while she sped home. When he arrived, he searched every inch of the house. No one was there. But in one of the bedrooms, the light had been turned on, just like I had heard. I never found an explanation, but I'll never forget how terrified I felt. By the time I turned 14, I had another experience that shook me to my core. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. I was lying on the couch in the den, watching TV. All the lights were off except for one bedroom light, which spilled a soft glow into the hallway, casting a faint outline of the doorway onto the floor. As I watched TV, something made me glance toward that bedroom. A shadow began to form in the light. At first, it was small, like someone standing far away. Then it grew larger, as if the figure was stepping closer to the doorway. My body went rigid as I watched, unable to move or breathe. The shadow stopped, hesitated, then slowly retreated, shrinking back as if walking away. I was frozen, my eyes locked on the spot where it had been. Even now, when I tell this story, my hands shake, my voice trembles, and the same fear I felt that night comes rushing back. Later that year, I had 2 friends spending the night. We were all lying on my bed, the house completely quiet, the TVs and lights turned off. I had been watching paranormal shows like Ghost Hunters and decided to try recording an EVP session with a voice recorder. Each of us took turns asking questions, but we didn't hear anything at the time. It wasn't until we played it back that we caught something chilling. There was a soft, eerie humming. It sounded like a little girl, and it went on for a full 5 seconds. None of us had been humming. We had no explanation. When I was 16, I moved to live with my dad in Cabot, Arkansas, hoping maybe things would settle down. But even there, strange things followed me. The TV would change channels on its own, my dog would bark and growl at thin air, and I would hear whispers when I was completely alone. I began feeling like I was losing my mind. I avoided being in the house by myself, spending hours sitting on the porch just to escape the feeling of being watched. Of course, my parents didn't believe me. Now I'm 17, living on my own in Poughkeepsie, Arkansas, and things still don't feel right. My stepdad's mother lives just next to me, in the house where my aunt passed away in her sleep back in May. I've only been here for a month, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone. There are moments when I feel unseen eyes watching me, and I catch myself constantly looking over my shoulder. The sense of being followed is overwhelming. If things start happening again, I don't know what I should do. I feel like I'm reaching the end of my rope. I am 17 years old and live in a house that my family built. There have been no recorded deaths in this house, and my mother, despite having experienced strange things in her childhood home, insists that our house is not haunted. I actually agree with her. I don't believe there is anything specifically tied to the house itself. Instead, I feel like I am the one being haunted. I don't know why. I don't think I have psychic abilities, nor do I want to assume I am special in any way, but I have started to consider the idea that I might be more sensitive to spirits, or that I have an energy that attracts them to me. I have no explanation, but one thing I do know for certain is that ghosts exist. The first experience I can remember happened when I was around 5 years old. I had a lava lamp sitting on my dresser close to my bed. One night, out of nowhere, it started shaking violently. The house was still, there was no earthquake, and nothing else on my dresser moved, just the lamp. It shook so hard it almost fell off the edge. I remember being so confused. I even looked behind the dresser, trying to find a reasonable explanation, but there was nothing that could have caused it. For years, nothing significant happened, and I forgot about that strange moment. I didn't even think much about ghosts. But then, when I was older, I started watching Ghost Adventures, and that's when things started happening again. My parents believe my mind was influenced by the show, that I was just scaring myself, but I know that isn't true. It all started with footsteps on the stairs. My brother Matt and I would hear them, loud, deliberate thumps, as if someone was walking up and down the steps. Sometimes we would count the exact number of thumps, and they always matched the number of stairs. It was as if someone invisible was pacing back and forth. Then, one night, I saw a black orb in my room. It was just hovering above the floor. It wasn't a reflection or a shadow, it was a solid black sphere. It moved quickly, then hit the floor with a soft thump. The sound startled my cat, and she stared at the exact spot where I had just seen it. A few weeks later, something even stranger happened. I had been out at the movies, and when I came home, I found that my lava lamp, the same one from when I was little, was turned on. That was impossible because the bulb had burned out months ago. At first, I thought maybe someone in my family had replaced the bulb, so I asked them. No one had even touched it. I turned the lamp off and tried turning it back on again, but it wouldn't light up. The bulb was still dead. Things started getting worse after that. One night, I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, just relaxing. My brother was across the room, half asleep. Out of nowhere, the entire bed began to shake violently. The metal frame rattled as if something was shaking it with force. It lasted about 10 seconds, then stopped. I was in shock. I told Matt what had happened, and he turned to watch, thinking I was messing with him. But the moment he started paying attention, it happened again, this time, even longer. He thought I was somehow doing it, but when the shaking started a third time, he jumped out of bed, came over, and stood next to my bed, watching. I wasn't moving. I was sitting completely still, but the bed was shaking on its own. After that, we started hearing voices and seeing shadows. My sister Rachel once had a full conversation with my dad through a closed door, but later, my mom told her that Dad hadn't even been home that night. Rachel was stunned. She swore she had talked to someone. The realization that it wasn't Dad left her pale and shaken. 3 times doors opened on their own. Never closed, just opened. The first time, it was the bathroom door when I was home alone, right when I was in the middle of changing clothes. Twice, it was my bedroom door. The knob would actually twist, and the door would swing open all the way to the wall. Each time, I was in the room when it happened, and each time, it sent a chill down my spine. One night, while I was reading in my room, I saw a dark figure move past my doorway and into my brother's room. I thought it was Matt. But then Rachel came rushing in, eyes wide, and said she had just seen a tall, shadowy man walk into the same room. We had both seen it at the same moment. Another time, Matt and I were outside at night when we saw something even stranger. It wasn't a dark figure like before. It was a white, misty shape, fully formed like a person. It was pacing back and forth in front of a tree. The sky was clear, and the full moon made everything visible. We could see it perfectly. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was definitely there. We both stopped walking at the exact same time, too shocked to speak. When it disappeared, I turned to Matt and asked, "Did you see that?" He replied, "Do you mean that white, misty thing by the tree?" Without hesitation, we ran inside. Objects started disappearing, only to return in the strangest ways. One day, my tweezers vanished from my dresser drawer. I searched everywhere. Weeks later, they reappeared in the exact spot I had left them, but this time, they were placed perfectly in the center of the drawer, with 2 other objects symmetrically aligned beside them. It was as if someone had deliberately placed them there. We often hear a child's voice, like a little girl speaking softly before giggling. Yet, we've only ever seen tall, dark figures. I see shadows flicker in my peripheral vision all the time. Occasionally, I see orbs, but the strangest was a bright blue, glowing sphere. The weirdest part? I could only see it in my mirror. In the mirror, it looked like it was floating in my room, but when I turned around, there was nothing. I searched my entire room, but nothing could explain it. One night, I was at a friend's sleepover. Her little dog, Sugar, usually barked at strangers, but for some reason, she instantly liked me. That night, everyone else was asleep, and suddenly, Sugar jumped awake, growling. She stared into the darkest part of the room, following something with her eyes as if watching something move. Then, she turned her head, tracking whatever it was, until she was staring directly behind me. The energy in the room felt dark, menacing. I didn't dare turn around. Instead, I hid under the covers, paralyzed with fear. Just a few weeks ago, our dog Sunny was accidentally left alone upstairs. After a while, we heard frantic barking. We found him locked inside my brother's room, cowering and shaking. The doors in our house don't close on their own. There's no way Sunny could have locked himself inside. Someone, had shut the door on him. The most recent thing happened just a few nights ago. I was in bed, reading after midnight. Suddenly, something hit the side of my bed, hard. The entire bed jolted, as if someone had punched it. The impact was so strong I heard it as well as felt it. I jumped out of bed, searched my room, but of course, nothing was there. I don't think whatever is here is evil, but it isn't exactly friendly either. It feels like something powerful, just making its presence known. My parents haven't experienced anything, and they refuse to believe me. I don't know why this is happening, or why it seems attached to me specifically. My parents won't allow a priest to bless the house, so I don't know what to do. I just want to understand, what is this, and what does it want? I stayed at my uncle's house in Ormoc City, Philippines for a short while after college. At the time, I wasn't in a rush to get a job, so I spent my days helping out with my younger cousins and doing some work at my aunt's school as a computer technician. The house belonged to my uncle's wife's ancestors and was a post-World War II American-style home. It had 2 floors. The kitchen and dining room were downstairs, while the living room, bedrooms, and bathroom were upstairs. A small terrace faced the street, and behind the house was a vacant lot that was slightly elevated, covered in shrubs and trees, with other houses scattered nearby. From the very beginning, I felt uneasy inside that house. It wasn't just my imagination. There was a heavy, eerie presence that seemed to linger no matter the time of day. The back of my neck would tingle with chills for no reason, and strange things would happen constantly. I would hear my cousins running through the living room, their footsteps pounding on the floor, doors slamming, only to realize they were actually at school at the time. I would hear voices, quiet conversations, laughter, even someone humming from inside one of the rooms, though no one was there. Occasionally, I could even smell the strong aroma of coffee in the living room, the way my aunt's coffee smelled when she drank it, even though she wasn't home. Objects would move on their own, books, shoes, and other things would be neatly arranged one moment, and then completely scattered or misplaced the next. I started questioning whether I was imagining things, but deep down, I knew I wasn't. I shared a room with my male cousin, but sometimes at night, I would feel, and even see, him enter the room, hear the floor creak under his weight, and watch as he lay down on the bed next to mine. But when I looked properly, I would realize I was completely alone. One evening, some of my cousin's classmates were overworking on a project. One of them casually asked, "Kuya, Tita wants her coffee?" assuming my aunt was in her room and had asked for it. I prepared a cup, but when I went to give it to her, I found her bedroom door locked. She hadn't even come home yet. The girl who had heard my aunt's voice turned pale with fear, swearing that she had distinctly heard her request the coffee. That was the last time she and some of the other classmates ever came to our house again. Another time, I had gone to use the bathroom, which was on the 2nd floor at the back of the house, with large grilled windows facing the vacant lot. The bathroom was spacious, with a small washing area before the door. As I was peeing, I caught a glimpse of my uncle standing at the lavatory, washing his face. He was wearing his usual white t-shirt with a towel draped over his shoulder. I casually greeted him. "Oh, Tito, you're back already?" But I didn't pay much attention and finished what I was doing. Afterward, I went to the living room and saw my cousins coming home from school. When I went downstairs, I froze. There was my uncle, standing in the kitchen, cooking, wearing the exact same white t-shirt with a towel over his shoulder. There was no way he could have gotten past me without me noticing. He had been right there in the bathroom when I left. My body went cold, and I must have looked pale because my uncle asked, "Are you okay? You don't look well." I couldn't bring myself to tell him what had just happened. Strange sightings weren't limited to just me. One day, some neighbors asked me, "Is Gabriel back?" Confused, I asked what they meant. They claimed to have seen him sitting on the terrace, smoking and even teasing people who passed by. The problem was, Gabriel wasn't there. He hadn't been home for nearly a year, as he was staying in another town. When I told him about it later, he just laughed it off, as if he was used to hearing things like this. Other times, people would ask if I had gone out early in the morning because they had seen me leaving the house at dawn. But I hadn't. I was asleep in my room at the time. I started to realize that everyone in the house must have known about these strange occurrences. They simply didn't talk about it. They had learned to live with it. Eventually, I heard that during the war, there had been a hospital on the vacant lot behind the house, near the base of the hill. That explained a lot. Maybe the spirits of those who had suffered and died there had never truly left. It was the year 2003, and I was working as a senior manager of administration in a company in G.K2, New Delhi. That morning, I was running late. The commute from my residence in Ghaziabad to Greater Kailash took nearly an hour and a half, especially during peak hours. To save time, I took my Elmel scooter and drove at about 70 kilometers per hour. As I was leaving our newly developed colony, I noticed how empty the road was. The area still had very few residents, and the roads were smooth, lined with lush green trees and grass in the middle. Then, something unexpected happened. I saw a man stepping onto the road from the green divider. It was Shamsher. I was stunned because Shamsher had only one leg. His colleagues had told me he lost his leg due to a bullet injury, though he always claimed it was from an accident. Yet here he was, walking on both legs. He looked straight at me, his face mirroring my own shock. For a moment, I wondered if he had a twin brother, as I knew he had 2 siblings. But I was already late for work, so I didn't stop. Still, the sight of him lingered in my mind long after I reached my office. To understand why this incident felt so strange, I need to go back 2 years. In 2001, my parents and I were shifting into our house in Govinpuram, Ghaziabad. I was handling the renovation work and had hired a painter who seemed decent and reliable. In Ghaziabad, hiring laborers required caution since there were cases of workers turning out to be thieves or worse. This painter, whose name I vaguely remember as Puran, brought along his partner, Shamsher. While Puran worked diligently, Shamsher mostly sat around talking to me. Being disabled, his partner never forced him to work. Over time, I learned about his notorious past from various sources, and I stayed cautious. People even advised me to cut ties with him. But despite his past, Shamsher had a good heart. He soon realized my strong connections with the police and local administration, and his behavior toward me changed to one of respect. Eventually, the painting work was completed, and they left. I saw Shamsher a few times that year, but after that, he disappeared. Now, 2 years later, I saw him walking, on both legs. And yet, something about the way he moved wasn't right. He seemed slightly above the ground. I tried to dismiss it, convincing myself that it was just someone who looked like him. But deep inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I forgot about it until another unexpected encounter. 1 or 2 years later, Puran happened to pass by my house while working in a nearby lane. He rang the doorbell, and I came out to meet him. After some greetings, he mentioned he was looking for work and asked if I needed a fresh coat of paint in the house. I told him I might consider it the following year. Then I casually asked about Shamsher. Puran's face changed. With a serious tone, he told me that Shamsher had died. He had a quarrel with his brothers and committed suicide on a railway track. I was stunned. I asked him when it happened, and he told me it was about a year after they had finished painting my house. Still confused, I asked if any of Shamsher's brothers looked exactly like him. Puran shook his head. No, none of them looked like him, he said. They were taller, and their features were completely different. That's when I told him about seeing Shamsher on the road. Puran froze. His expression turned pale. I quickly changed the topic, not wanting to frighten him any further. But after that day, I stopped mentioning the incident to anyone. 3 years later, in 2006, something eerily similar happened again. I was in Kavinagar, driving my bike at a slow pace. Through my helmet, I saw an old friend of my father crossing the road. His home was nearby, and I had met him many times before. He saw me too. His face was filled with surprise, just like Shamsher's had been. For some reason, I didn't stop. Something in my gut told me not to. When I reached home, I told my father, I saw your friend today in Kavinagar, near Ramlila Maidan. He looked at me strangely before saying, That's not possible. He passed away about a month ago. He had a heart attack. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't know what to think anymore. Twice now, I had seen people, clear as day, who had already left this world. A few years ago, something strange happened on Halloween night. In our culture, it is believed that on the eve of All Saints' Day, the spirits of the departed visit the homes of their living relatives, sometimes taking the form of large moths or unusual insects. Many people prepare food, light candles, and say prayers to welcome them. That night, I was outside preparing candles near the main door while my family stayed inside. I lit 5 candles and sat beside them. Everything was calm until, suddenly, the flames of all 5 candles started burning sideways, as if being blown by someone. At first, I thought it might be the wind, but the air was still. It had rained earlier, leaving the atmosphere humid, and the trees and leaves were completely motionless. The flames continued to bend unnaturally, as if something unseen was trying to blow them out. I sat frozen, staring at the flickering flames, my heart pounding. The eerie sight sent chills down my spine. Without thinking, I bolted out of the gate and onto the street, where other people were gathered. I stood there, trying to catch my breath, too scared to go back. Minutes later, my father called me inside for dinner. When I hesitantly returned, the candles had burned down halfway, their flames now normal as if nothing had happened. I told my family about it, but no one believed me. Years later, after I was married, something similar happened again. It was another Halloween night, and I was outside on our small porch, lighting candles while holding my youngest son. The house was brightly lit, and I could clearly see my wife and eldest son upstairs, our maid finishing her chores in the kitchen, and my father watching TV in the living room. From where I stood, I had a clear view of the kitchen and the bathroom just across from it. As I enjoyed the evening breeze, I suddenly noticed a woman walking from the bathroom to the kitchen. Her form was distinct, her back visible as she moved past. Thinking it was our maid, I called out, "Gum, turn off the kitchen lights when you're done." To my horror, a voice answered, not from the kitchen, but from upstairs. "I'm not done yet, Kuya," she called from the window. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I turned to my father and asked if my mother was in the kitchen. He glanced toward the kitchen and replied, "There's nobody there." I felt a deep sense of unease and hurried inside, climbing the stairs to our room. When I told my wife what I had seen, she listened quietly. Later, she admitted that she had also seen the same figure. But what frightened her more was that, earlier in the evening, she had seen the same woman pass through our fence. But instead of walking through the gate, she had simply disappeared into the wall. It was during a summer vacation in our town in Leyte, Philippines, when this experience happened. My cousins from the city had come to stay for the upcoming town fiesta, and we spent most of our days exploring, meeting people, and admiring the old, ancestral houses. The town was still very traditional, quiet, and peaceful, with a slow, simple way of life. One evening, we attended a cultural show in the town plaza, performed by school teachers. It was nostalgic, full of music and laughter, bringing back the charm of old traditions. By the time the event ended, it was around 9 p.m., and we decided to walk home. My grandmother's house was only about 100 meters away, so the walk was short and familiar. The streets were already quiet, with most of the town fast asleep. We passed by darkened old houses, closed stores, and empty market stalls. The only signs of life were a few drunken men mumbling to themselves in the distance. The moon cast a pale glow, making the quiet night feel even heavier. As we walked, lost in conversation, we suddenly noticed a woman ahead of us. She was walking slowly, just 5 or 6 steps ahead, wearing a long white dress. Her long black hair flowed down her back, swaying gently as she moved. Though her features weren't clear, there was no doubt she was a woman. At first, we thought nothing of it. Perhaps she was just a neighbor fetching water from the public pump nearby. But as we continued walking, she took a slow turn to the left, stepping between 2 trees, right beneath a calachuchi tree. Naturally, our eyes followed her. She was gone. There was no one there. The spot where she had stepped into was empty, dark, and completely still. There was no possible way for her to disappear so quickly. All three of us had seen her, and yet she had simply vanished. For a moment, we stood frozen, looking at each other, unable to speak. A thin, cold wind blew past us, carrying a strong scent of calachuchi flowers. That was all it took. We turned and ran, fear taking over our senses. We reached my grandmother's house in what felt like seconds, too terrified to even remember how we managed to jump over the fence instead of using the gate. Inside, a few of the house helpers were still awake. They looked at us, confused by our pale faces, sweat-covered skin, and heavy breathing. "What happened?" one of them asked. Still shaken, we lied, saying that a pack of dogs had chased us. They calmed us down, offering us water, but sleep was nearly impossible that night. The next morning, we gathered our courage and returned to that spot. In the daylight, it was just an empty lot with a few trees. The remains of what used to be a house stood beneath the calachuchi tree, now covered in overgrown weeds. A neighbor saw us standing there and approached with a knowing grin. "Ah," she said. "You saw her, didn't you?" We hesitated but nodded. She sighed. She was a bride-to-be once. Her fiancé was forced to marry another woman, and she couldn't bear the pain. She hung herself on that calachuchi tree. She went on to tell us that there had once been a house on that lot, but no one could live in it because of the hauntings. Eventually, the house was abandoned and fell apart. After hearing her story, our fear turned into sadness. We never saw her again, but many townspeople confirmed her presence. Even now, the calachuchi tree still stands, and from time to time, people claim they see her beneath it. And every time I smell the scent of calachuchi flowers, I remember that night. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When my family moved into our house nearly 24 years ago, we had no reason to suspect anything unusual. It was just another home, a place where we could settle in and build a life. But within the very first week, something strange happened that planted the first seed of suspicion. One evening, my father, out of pure curiosity, decided to check the attic. He wasn't expecting much, just an empty space, but when he climbed up, he found a single box at the far end, too far back to easily reach. He pulled it closer and brought it downstairs. The box was labeled Abby's Toys, and when my mother looked through it, she found that it was filled with little girls' toys. Among them was a stuffed teddy bear. My father saw the bear and thought it would be a nice gift for my younger brother, who was 5 years old at the time. That night, my brother slept with the bear, hugging it close as he fell asleep. The next morning, the bear was gone. My parents searched everywhere, checking under the bed, in the closet, in every possible hiding place, but it was nowhere to be found. My dad, thinking it might be related to the attic, decided to check the box again. When he climbed up and pulled the box forward, he was stunned. The teddy bear was sitting inside, right where it had been before, as if it had never left. Even stranger, the box itself had been pushed back into its original position at the far end of the attic. That was the first incident. Over the years, other strange occurrences followed. Lights would flicker on and off without explanation, doors would slam shut violently when no windows were open, and at times, we would hear the distinct sound of small footsteps running through the house, though there was never anyone there. None of it ever felt threatening, just unsettling. But everything changed when I turned 18. That was the first time I saw her. It was late at night, around 12:30 a.m. I was in the living room watching Rush Hour on the USA Channel, waiting for the second movie to start. The house was quiet, my father asleep on the floor nearby. That's when I noticed something in the hallway. A hand? It was small, pale, gripping the edge of the bathroom doorway. I stared in disbelief as the hand slowly pulled back, disappearing into the darkness of the bathroom. My eyes remained locked on the doorway, waiting. Moments later, a little girl walked out. She was wearing a white nightgown. Her long dark hair fell past her shoulders, and her skin was almost unnaturally pale. But she didn't float or flicker like a ghost from a horror movie. She looked solid, real, as if she were just another child living in the house. Moving at a normal pace, she stepped across the hall and into my parents' bedroom. I wanted to scream. I wanted to move. But my body wouldn't respond. No sound came from my lips. I sat frozen in my chair, my heart pounding, my breath caught in my throat. It was at least 2 or 3 minutes before I finally regained control of my body. When I could move again, I immediately woke my dad, telling him to go to bed, though I said nothing about what I had seen. I didn't think he would believe me. The next morning, my father was sitting at the dining table, staring at his untouched cup of coffee. Something was wrong. I asked him what was bothering him, and that's when he told me. He had seen her too. He had woken up in the middle of the night, and there, standing beside his bed, was the same little girl. She looked at him and asked for help. He described her exactly as I had seen her, though I hadn't told him anything about my experience the night before. 7 years passed after that night. I rarely spoke about her, afraid of being dismissed or told that it was just my imagination. Then, about 2 months ago, I found myself talking to my mom about that night while sitting in the same recliner where I had first seen the girl. Half joking, I told her I would try to take a picture of the hallway, just to see if anything strange would happen. I lifted my phone, aimed it down the hall, and snapped a photo. At first, I didn't think anything of it. I put my phone away and forgot about it. A few days later, while at work, I was scrolling through my pictures when I stopped cold. I couldn't believe I had missed it before. She was there. Clear as day. The little girl was in the picture, standing in the hallway, her pale face and dark hair visible against the dim light. I showed it to a few people, and most of them couldn't even look at it for more than a second. They either turned away or handed the phone back, visibly disturbed. After all these years, she's still here. And I don't think she's going anywhere. When I was about 5 years old, my best friend and I had a strange and terrifying experience that I will never forget. My friend, who was 2 years older than me, lived next door, and we spent almost every day together. One afternoon around 5 o'clock, while it was still light outside, we were in my room playing a silly game. We would pull the window shade down to make the room dark, trying to scare each other, but we usually just ended up talking. It was all harmless fun, until that day when we experienced something real. After a while, we got bored and decided to go downstairs for a snack. We were gone for just a few minutes, and when we returned to my room, I stepped inside first. The second I entered, something felt wrong. It was as if the air had changed. I froze in place, sensing that something was off. My friend, confused, stopped behind me and asked what was wrong. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I followed this strange instinct to look toward the corner of my room. That's when I saw her. Standing in the corner of my room was an older woman. She had big glasses, a long, old-fashioned dress, and an apron. She was completely white and transparent, just staring at me without moving or making a sound. My heart nearly stopped. I could feel my friend standing behind me, tense and silent. Then, as if we both realized what we were seeing at the same time, we screamed and bolted out of the room. We ran downstairs, tripping over our own feet, and tried to tell my mom what had just happened. Of course, she didn't believe us. Still shaking but too curious to ignore it, we forced ourselves to go back upstairs, creeping into my room as if expecting to see her again. But she was gone. The corner where she had stood was empty, and there was nothing there that could have looked like a person. I turned to my friend and asked what she had seen. We both described the exact same details: the glasses, the dress, the apron. Even now, all these years later, we still swear that we saw her. The second time I saw her was about a year later. I was around 6 years old, staying up late watching TV with my mom. At some point, I remembered I had left my blankie on the landing of the stairs. I got up, walked through the hallway, and leaned down to pick it up. As I did, I suddenly had the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Slowly, I lifted my eyes to the top of the staircase. There she was again. She was leaning over the railing, peering down at me. She looked exactly the same, pale, glowing, transparent. This time, I wasn't as terrified. I had already experienced smaller paranormal things throughout that year, little moments where I felt something near me or heard something move when no one was there. Seeing her again startled me, but I didn't run. Instead, I grabbed my blankie and walked back into the living room, sitting down next to my mom without saying a word. As the years went on, I started to feel a constant presence in my room, like I was never really alone. Every night, I would lie in bed, afraid she would suddenly appear again. The fear of seeing her unexpectedly was worse than the sightings themselves. Finally, after one particularly unsettling night, I couldn't take it anymore. I sat up in bed, took a deep breath, and spoke out loud to the empty room. "I don't know why you're here," I said. "I don't know what you're trying to do, and I'm sure you're a nice lady, maybe even just looking out for me, but I'm scared of you. Can you please leave me alone? I'm sorry." After that night, she was gone. I never saw her again. Even though she disappeared, I still wonder who she was and why she appeared to me. I tried looking into the history of the property, but I could never find anything that would explain her presence. Maybe she was just a kind old farm lady who had passed away long ago and, for whatever reason, felt connected to me. I guess I'll never know. When I was younger, strange things would happen around me, things I couldn't explain no matter how much I tried. Some were small, like things moving on their own, while others made my skin crawl with fear. I never knew when something eerie might happen, and after a while, I just started expecting the unexpected. One night, I was cleaning out my closet and left the door open without thinking much about it. Later, I got into bed and tried to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed still, trying to convince myself it was nothing, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a plastic bag flew out of my closet. It wasn't like it fell or tipped over. It actually flew halfway into my room and then slowly drifted down to the floor. I didn't stick around to question it. I ran straight to my parents' room and spent the night with them. That wasn't the only time something strange happened while I was trying to sleep. I had one of those little kid pianos, the kind with a switch you had to turn on before it would play. I always put it under my bed when I was done with it so I wouldn't accidentally step on it. One night, I was lying in bed, once again feeling uneasy, when I heard the switch flip on by itself. Then, a single key played. That was all I needed to grab my blanket, run to my parents' room, and refuse to go back until morning. Another time, I was in the bathroom when I heard someone lightly knock on the door. A woman's voice, soft and curious, asked, "What are you doing?" It sounded exactly like my mom, so I didn't think twice about answering. "Going to the bathroom?" I said, a little confused. I waited for a response. Nothing. "Hello?" I asked again. Still nothing. I finished washing my hands and walked out, asking my mom why she had knocked. She looked at me confused and said she hadn't gotten up from the couch the entire time. Maybe I misheard? But I knew I hadn't. It wasn't the TV, and I wasn't imagining it. It was someone, or something, standing outside that door. It wasn't just when I was alone that these things happened. My neighbor and I used to play Barbies together, dressing them up in different outfits. One day, I had a tiny cowboy hat in front of me that I planned to put on Ken. I turned for just a second to grab something else, and when I reached for the hat, it was gone. I looked at my friend. "Did you take it?" She shook her head. We started searching everywhere, lifting cushions, shaking out blankets, looking under the table. The hat was just gone. We were about to give up when, right in front of us, it fell from the ceiling. It didn't drop from a shelf or slide off the table. It literally came from nowhere. We both just stared at it, dumbfounded. The last thing I can remember happened again with my neighbor. She was spending the night, and we were playing with kid makeup, little circular containers of pink eyeshadow, lip gloss, and other things. As we sat there giggling and trying different colors, we suddenly heard a scratching sound on the wall, right next to where all the makeup was. It wasn't soft or random. It went on for a solid 10 minutes. We sat there frozen, listening, waiting. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. We exchanged nervous glances, trying to shake it off, and went back to playing. A few minutes later, one of the little containers of lip gloss flipped up on its side and rolled off the table. We both saw it. We both knew it hadn't been anywhere near the edge. But by that point, we were almost used to weird things happening. We just looked at each other and said, "That was weird," and kept playing. Looking back, I still don't know what was behind all those strange occurrences. But they weren't just tricks of my mind. They were real. And even now, I sometimes wonder if whatever it was ever really left. When I was a junior in high school, I met a girl. Let's call her Jane. We started talking online, and before long, we were dating. She was a believer in the supernatural, and while I was open to the idea, I always needed proof. As it turned out, I would get my proof in ways I never expected. Jane suffered from night terrors. She would wake up screaming, convinced that something was after her. Sometimes she'd call me late at night, sobbing, saying that the creature was there again. She described it as crawling through the hallway of her home, slowly stalking her. Sometimes, as she walked past the room in her dream, she would see a dark mass standing in the corner, waiting. I had never experienced it myself, so all I could do was comfort her, telling her it was just a dream. But as time went on, I started to question if it really was. One night, I was over at her place. We were lying on the floor watching a movie. Why the floor, I don't remember. She dozed off, resting on my arm. She always told me she slept better when I was around. As I lay there, still watching the movie, I felt fingers run up my leg. I instinctively reached for her hand, only to realize I was already holding both of her hands. The fingers stopped at the top of my thigh, and my body stiffened. I glanced around as much as I could without waking her, but I saw nothing. Not wanting to scare her, or myself, I forced myself to push the experience to the back of my mind. Her night terrors got worse. She would wake up screaming, running through the house in a panic. One night, when her stepdad tried to wake her, she lashed out and hit him so hard she blackened his eye. She never remembered these episodes, only the dreams of the black creature chasing her. As time passed, our relationship ended for unrelated reasons, and we lost contact. 6 years later, we reconnected. Things felt natural between us, so we started dating again. For about a month, everything was fine, until the night she called me in distress. She had gotten into a fight with her mother and begged me to let her move in. I agreed, and while I finished my shift at work, she gathered her things and waited for me at my place. The next 2 months were nothing like I expected. Jane was different. She was paranoid, constantly on edge. She became aggressive, accusing me of cheating without reason. Her night terrors worsened. She would claw at herself, scream in the night, mumble things in her sleep that I couldn't understand. While I was at work, she would hear voices in the apartment, footsteps pacing outside the front door. Things escalated between us until one night, during an argument, she grabbed one of my guns and pointed it at me. That was the end of it. I kicked her out immediately. The morning after she left, I woke to the sound of loud, heavy footsteps coming down the hallway. My blood ran cold. Someone was inside. I jumped off the couch, grabbed my pistol, and aimed it toward the hallway. The steps stopped just short of the living room. My heart pounded as I rounded the corner, ready for a confrontation. But there was nothing there. I searched every room, every inch of the place, yelling for whoever was there to come out. The back door was still deadbolt. The front door was locked. No one had come in. A few months ago, I was moved to 24-hour shifts at a different station in a nearby city. One day, everything was going wrong. It was a typical Monday. My partner for the night shift wouldn't be in until around 11 p.m., so I decided to take a nap on the couch. I had been exhausted from lack of sleep, so I welcomed the rest. Then, the footsteps returned. This time, they were right behind me. I groggily rolled over, assuming my partner had finally arrived. I half sat up, rubbing my eyes. "Dude, you're a creep," I muttered, thinking he was messing with me. Silence. I looked around the station. No one was there. My stomach dropped. I grabbed my phone and called dispatch, asking if my partner had checked in. "He's still on his day shift," they told me. I hung up and sat in silence, staring at the empty room around me. I don't know if Jane brought something into my life, or if it had been with her all along. I don't know why years later, it was still following me. But I do know that something is there. Something that walks when no one should be walking. Something that watches when I'm alone. And I don't think it's leaving anytime soon.